Hey guys, my name is Andrew and I welcome you all to this awesome Next.js 13 tutorial, right? I spent so much time on the Next.js docs ensuring that I come to give you guys so much value in this tutorial, right? So this is what we are going to be building in this tutorial. This tutorial is actually part of a MERN stack tutorial series that I'm currently doing, but then let me talk on what we are going to be building first. We are going to be building this awesome and beautiful application with Next.js 13. We already built the back end in the tutorial, so we have our APIs already, and then in this part of the series, we're going to be using the APIs we have to build this beautiful Next.js 13 application. Yes, it's built with Next.js 13. This is the live demo deployed on Vercel, built with Next.js 13. So guys, I've got so much value in this tutorial for you guys. Let's quickly go through and let me show you guys the demo of the tutorial. Right, so basically I called it the developer profiles project, right? So it's a project that I coined to teach folks the MERN stack. Like I said, it's a MERN stack series, so we build the back end already. Don't worry, I'm going to talk more about more on the series later. Right now, we already built the back end. We have the API on ground. So with the API, I'm going to be teaching you guys how to build this awesome Next.js 13 application. So this is what the demo looks like. It's basically, like I said, I decided to call it developer profiles project. So it's basically a project where you build along and then you share to your developer friends for them to add their profiles. You can extend the project, you can convert it into a note taking application, you can convert it into a recipe application or whatever you so wish, right? So let's check out the demo quickly. It's basically here's the app. Yeah, this is the app. It's super responsive. Let me show you guys the mobile screen. You guys can see is super responsive. So you can add profiles, you can delete profiles, you can update profiles, right? So let's go back to I'm coming. Let me show you guys through the right. You guys can see the responsiveness is just awesome. So it's super responsive, the project, right? So let me go back and let me show you guys through. So this is it. Let's go ahead and add the profile. Let me just say I want to add a profile. Let me call it new profile, right? And then the email, new. Let me just use good. We have these already. And then this just some dummy stuff. We're just testing. So I hit, you can see this pop up, and then it's successful. That was a request to the back end, guys. This is a full stack MERN application. That was a request sent to the back end. It was super fast, right? So I successfully created a profile, and then now I can update this profile, right? You can see there was a data fetching. You can't believe that, right? You can't believe that data was actually fetched from the from I mean from the back end through the API, and then you can imagine how fast it was. That's the power of Next.js 13 for you guys. I mean, that's because of how much I sat down to ensure that I got as much information from the Vercel docs on how to make the best use of Next.js 13, right? This app is actually awesome, but I currently have a Next.js 13 series, which I'm going to be giving even more details on how you can build more awesome stuff, even more awesome than this by using Next.js 13 so you can optimize your application. So guys, you guys saw how fast that was. Let's go back. Let me come again. There was data fetching, right? And I mean, it's basically dynamic at the speed of static, right? So now let me just quickly edit. Let me add updated here, and then over here as well I can add updated, right? So let's hit, and then you can see that pop up again to successful. This is super fast, and then you can see where's the profile. It's here, right? It's here, updated, and down here you can see updated. Then as well we can delete the profile. Let me start with this. You can see the beautiful pop-up. The app is just so clean. We did all of this in the previous front-end builds. Let's delete this profile as well, right? Guys, our app is awesome. So this is the demo of what we are going to be building, right? So this is a full stack tutorial, a MERN stack tutorial. The backend was built with MongoDB, Express with Node.js, right? So this is a MERN stack tutorial, and in this tutorial we are implementing the front end with Next.js 13 using the APIs we built in the back end, right? So you really want to check out the full series, right? So this is the full series. Just go to my channel and click on the series, check it out, and you're going to see the complete builds we've had. It's a series where I basically wanted to build folks in a very solidified manner, right? So we started from the intro video, basically just an introduction of the series. Then I built the back end. It's a very elaborate series, and then we went on to build the front end with just HTML and yeah, all the front ends were styled with Tailwind CSS. But then I first built the front end with HTML, showing you guys how to build stuff with plain HTML. Then yeah, there was a bug fix, and then I built the same front end. I mean, this same sleek, beautiful app you're seeing here. I built that same front end with React.js. So there was a HTML build, there was a React.js build, and yeah, I built the React.js first with prop drilling, just drilling props, passing props to the children, and then I built the React.js again with React Context API. Yeah, I didn't have to build the UI at first. I just copied the UI from the HTML build, and then I progressed on it, introducing React, explaining those concepts as beautifully as you guys should understand. Right, guys? So you want to check out the full series so you can follow through everything from the start to where we are at in this moment. As you can see, it's an awesome series, right? So at this point, I really want to pause and make us talk about some very important stuff before we proceed to build. I guess it was yesterday. I checked my email, and then I got this message from Adrian. Adrian is, I guess, should I say, the owner of JavaScript Mastery, a very popular YouTube channel, right? I don't mind. I mean, no problem. I'm showing you guys my mailbox, right? So I got this email from Adrian, and here it reads. It says, the new JavaScript Mastery Pro website is built from nothing, and the course using Next.js like it was React, right? So you guys can pause the video and read through everything. Basically, guys, one of the most important messages he passed in this mail was trying to tell you that Next.js 13 is not your regular React game. Next.js 13 is different, right? Take a look at the statement. He said, this is where we made a mistake. We dove in head first without deeply understanding Next.js 13, right? So you guys can pause the video and read the mail to see what he was talking about with regards to Next.js 13, right, guys? So you just need to understand as you approach Next.js 13 that Next.js 13 is different. Next.js 13 is different. The guys at Next.js, they introduced us to a new paradigm. They introduced us to a new way of building web applications, and it's just so awesome because of how performant it makes your web applications to be. Next.js 13 is super awesome, guys, and I'm going to show you guys how to make the best of its awesomeness in this video, in this tutorial. Before we proceed into the build, I also want to show you guys this tweet from the Vercel boss, the Vercel CEO, and he said, we moved our web analytics dashboard pages to Next.js app, right? Meaning to Next.js router, yeah, to the app router, which is version 13, right, guys? And shaved off 80 milliseconds of LCP. So basically, guys, that's, I guess, should be a massive performance boost. As you guys can see here, initially it was showing 1.2 seconds and then 0.4 seconds. That's the power of the new app router. You guys can see this was still Next.js, right? This was still Next.js, the previous pages directory, the pages router, but now this is the new app router, and you guys can see the performance improvement. So you guys just need to settle down and help me show you guys how to make the very best of Next.js 13 in this tutorial. I repeat, you should not approach Next.js 13 with the Next.js 12 mindset or with a React mindset. Next.js 13 is awesome, guys. Let's go into build. Let's go into the build so I can show you guys how to build super performant applications like this with Next.js 13. I believe you guys can't wait, right? So let's go into the build and let me show you guys how to get things done. Okay, the Next.js 13 website is truly one of the fastest websites in the world at the moment. I just don't know. But okay, let's open it over here again. Let me create a new tab and let me open the Next.js website for you guys to see. This is nextjs.org. I hit. Did you guys see that? I mean, did you guys just see how fast that was? Right, let me do it again. Right, that is, guys, that is insane fast, right? And these are the kind of applications I'm going to show you guys how to build in this tutorial. So guys, smash that like button, hit subscribe, sign up for notifications, and let's go into this awesome Next.js 13 build of our MERN stack series. which is going to be the final build, right? So this Next.js 13 build is going to be the final build of the series. Like I showed you guys, we've done the HTML build, we've done the React.js build with prop drilling, a different build with context API. Now we're going into the Next.js build. Of course, I'm going to make this build with context API. So I'm going to show you guys how things are done. I'm going to show you guys how to make very performant website, very fast website with Next.js 13. So like I said, you want to check out this series, and then I'm also currently working on a Next.js 13 series. Yes, the series, it's all on my channel, guys. Check out the channel. You guys will get to see this series. Check the series out and follow them, and you guys are going to get so much value, right? So this is the Next.js 13 series that I'm currently working on, and in this series, I'm breaking things down step by step. It's not a tutorial like this one, so I'm breaking things down, giving so much attention to detail as much as possible, right, guys? So you want to check out this series as well, so you can get so much more extra value aside this tutorial that you're watching. So much value on my channel, guys, and so much more awesome value is just right on the way. All right, guys, so let's go back to our build. Let's go back to our build. Yeah, so this is our build. I've showed you guys through, I've showed you guys the demo. Now we want to get started. All right, guys, let's go to work now. Right, let's begin the build proper. Okay, guys, so I'm going to show you guys how to make the very best out of Next.js 13. I keep emphasizing, right? If there is one very important information you should pick from this tutorial, it should be the fact that Next.js 13 is different. You just need to understand how to use it so you can maximize its performance benefits for the app you're building. Right, guys? You guys saw how I showed you the Next.js 13 website, how super fast it was. You guys saw how our app was working at the speed of static, even though it was dynamic, fetching data from the API. Things were just so fast, right? That is because Next.js 13 is different, introducing us to the concepts of server components and client components. I'm going to talk more on that. I'm going to explain everything to you guys in so much detail. But right now, let's get the project started. So as you guys can see on my screen, this is VS Code. This folder is for the HTML build I told you guys earlier. We had the HTML build, the same project, right? That same beautiful looking application, right? We built it with HTML. I showed you guys how to deploy. Just check out the series, you're going to see everything, right? So we built with HTML, and then we built with React, right? This was the React build with prop drilling, and then this was the React build rather with context API, and now we're going to continue. We're going to build this version with Next.js 13, the same front end. We're going to use the API. As you can see, this folder is the backend folder, which I called a server folder. Right, guys, this is going to be an eventful session for us. So first of all, you want to install a Next.js 13 application. Probably you're an absolute beginner, right? You're an absolute beginner. Let's start with you. Let's talk a little about what Next.js generally is all about, right? On your screen right here, you can see that Next.js is the React framework, right? Let's stop there. Next.js is basically, guys, is basically React. So if you've been following the series, you saw how things progressed from HTML to React and now to Next.js, right? If you saw how things progress, that's perfect, because I'm going to show you guys practically how Next.js is basically React.js, right? But then Next.js comes with the batteries included. While React is not so opinionated, right? React is not so opinionated. It leaves you to make choices. It gives you the basics, the library, which you can use to build user interfaces, right? React gives you React, but then it leaves you to make your choices in terms of styling, in terms of routing, in terms of different things. React leaves you to make your choice. But then the guys at Vercel, they are the team behind Next.js. So they made React better, introducing awesome stuffs. They introduced page-based routing. I mean, awesome stuffs, optimization of different components, the image component, the link component. Next.js is just React basically, but then an improved, optimized, better developed version of React. That's what Next.js is all about. So if you know React.js, you've basically gotten maybe up to 70% of the job done. You just need to understand how you can apply your React knowledge to Next.js. So no need for any extra intro. I guess I've done a very good intro already. So right now, let's go to the Next.js docs, and I'm going to show you guys step by step how to get things done. So how do you install a Next.js application? Hit this point. You guys should please use the docs. I beg you guys, please use the docs. Next.js 13 is pretty new, and just like Adrian confessed in that email, him and his team, I guess, initially didn't really understand Next.js. They went ahead, probably applying use state, use effect here and there, probably using a lot of client components, probably using data fetching methods that were not optimized, right? If you do those things in Next.js, you're basically not going to get the best out of it. But then, if you can understand how to use it, damn guys, you're going to build sites, projects, web apps that are blazingly super fast, right? That's what I'm going to show you guys in this tutorial. So right now, let's go. This tutorial basically might be one of the best Next.js 13 tutorials on YouTube at the moment. Don't worry, guys. Watch to the end, and you guys, I believe you guys will attest to that, because I'm not just here to build a project. I'm not just here to build a project and get the views and the likes. I want to teach you guys how to make the best use of Next.js 13, right? So I'm going to go slowly, as detailed as possible, explaining stuffs like I do on this channel, making you guys understand things as much as possible. So how do you install a Next.js application? It's easy. Copy this command, paste into your terminal, wherever, probably in VS Code, like I'm going to do, or in whichever terminal you have access to. Copy the command, paste it in there, and then you're going to see this prompt come at you, answer the questions, and then your app is going to get installed. So let's go, guys. We copy this. Like I said, don't forget to use the docs. Next.js is pretty new, right? I don't know, but probably not so many are using Next.js the way that helps you build apps like I'm going to show you in this tutorial. So you need to use the docs, because it was docs that helped me get so much knowledge of how to properly use Next.js 13. Right, guys? So I recommend that, even while we're going on with the tutorial, take a look at the docs. As I come back to the docs, show you guys stuff, go ahead on your own, open the docs, and then read stuff for yourself. I would recommend you go through the whole docs yourself, right? Go through the whole docs yourself. You can see, just go through, open the pages, and learn the stuffs, right? The docs is presently divided into two, because Next.js still supports the pages directory, the pages router in version 12, right? Next.js 13 still supports the pages router because of the incremental adoption pattern that the theme at Vercel employed for Next.js 13. They allowed you to progressively migrate from Next.js 12 to Next.js 13. So you can do that page by page and see the return on investment. If your app is faster, good. You see? So the pages router is still supported in Next.js 13. So you need to be careful while using the docs to ensure you are on the docs for the app router, which is what we need, which is for Next.js 13. This can happen when you're coming from an external page, right? When you come from an external page into the docs, you might land on, when you come from an external website, right? Probably you just searched Google and then you clicked, and it might take you, the link might lead you to the pages directory. So you just need to be careful to ensure you are on the app directory, so you don't get the wrong information, right? Because the pages directory will give you information for the pages router, but then we want information for the app router. So this is basically what you need to install in Next.js application. You hit copy, and then once you copy, you go to your terminal, and then you paste the command, right? So this is the root of our project. This is the live version. So let's basically get our Next.js app installed. So you paste the command, and then you hit enter, and then you're going to see the prompts are going to come at us, and then you answer the prompts, and you get your app installed. So basically, I would have loved so much to use TypeScript, right? But then I really want the JS folks among us, the guys who don't know TypeScript yet. I want them to really follow along with the tutorial. After this tutorial, I'm not going to be building with JavaScript again, right? TypeScript is what's hot at the moment. I want you guys to understand the best technologies in the market, right? The technologies that will make you guys as marketable as possible. So you really want to subscribe to this channel because guys, so much value is on the way. Okay, so I wouldn't use TypeScript because I want the GS guys to follow along. But like I said, going forward, we'll make our builds with TypeScript. So let's name our app. Let's call it Next.js. Let's call it Next.js. Next.js the theme client, right? Underscore. Like I said, I guess I said it earlier. We are going to use context API. Sorry, guys, context API. All right, so this is going to be the name of our app. I could have created a folder and then install the app inside of it, but that would be needless nesting of folders, right? That would be absolutely needless nesting of folders. I don't want us to nest folders. So the app is going to get installed as a folder itself. So that will be enough for us. So just name your app, the app will get installed with the name as a folder. So I guess this name is okay. Yeah, so we're going to be building on the previous React.js build, which is the one with context API. So like I said earlier, the HTML build was the first build. We built the UI, so it didn't make sense for us to build the UI afresh. We copied the UI part, and then we improved on it, converted it to JSX, and then we built for the React versions. So same way we are going to continue progressively. We're going to copy any necessary stuff from Next.js. We're going to copy any necessary stuff from this React.js client. This React context API build. We're going to copy any necessary stuff from there into this Next.js build, and then we're going to customize things to show you guys how it is done how it should be done in Next.js 13. Okay, guys, so that is actually a huge advantage because this tutorial is not going to be excessively long and stressful. I'm going to just copy the necessary stuff, but then go straight forward as much as possible, showing you guys the necessary part, which is the Next.js 13 part, and which I believe you guys are here for. So let's go back to our installation. We don't want to use TypeScript. Yes, we want to use ESLint, Tailwind. Yes, source directory, no. App router, definitely, guys. Yes. No, we don't want to, so let's get our app installed. So let's just wait. Our app installation is going to begin. It has begun. Our app will get installed. You guys can see the folder already. Is it here? Yeah, it's here already. It's up here, guys. This is our folder. Let's just wait for everything to get installed. Okay, guys, our app has been successfully installed. So now we want to navigate into our app folder. Okay, before we do that, let me just go through the content of the installation, right? So this is the app that was installed just like we named it. And then inside we have the app directory, which is where we're going to do our routing, which is basically the core of our app. Node modules, keeping our dependencies and dev dependencies. We have this public directory. It basically keeps assets. You can use it to add your assets, but then we're not going to use it. I don't recommend using it to keep your assets. Create your assets folder inside of here, inside of app, and then keep your images and whatever assets there. Right. So basically we have the public folder, you have ESLint.json, where we can do some ESLint customizations. We have this package.json file, right, containing our dependencies and yeah, we also have Tailwind configuration. We have post CSS coming along, the post CSS config coming along with Tailwind config. So basically, this is the content of our Next.js application. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to navigate into our app folder, and then we're going to run our app and see if our app was successfully installed. Right. So let's navigate into this directory, cd Next.js. We don't need to type it all. We just start typing and we hit the tab key. As long as the name is unique inside of the folder it's currently in, we're going to have an autocomplete, right? So start typing, hit tab, and you get an autocomplete. So now we are inside of our app directory. The next thing I want to do is I want to run the app. So npm run dev, right? If you go inside of your package.json, you're going to see, don't worry, let me close my terminal quickly, control backtick, right? Control and backtick. Backtick is just below the escape key. So hold your control key, hit backtick. It focuses on your terminal and then it turns it off the second hit, right? So basically control and backtick. If you are not focused on the terminal already, if you are focused somewhere, the first time you hit control and backtick, brings your cursor into the terminal, and then the second time turns it off. But in case you are focused in it already, just once it's going to go off. Right, guys? So that is how to turn off and on your terminal if you're using the control backtick shortcut. Okay, so these are package.json, and over here you can see some commands: dev, build, start, lint. Right, we're not going to be using lint, but we're going to be using dev, build, and start. So dev is to run your app in development mode. Build is to build your app to kind of get a version that looks very similar to what it's going to be like when you've deployed it to run locally here. And then you have your start, which is the one that starts that local build for you. Right, guys, don't worry, I'm going to show you guys these things practically. Right now, let's go and run npm run dev, and then let's see if our app really gets started, which it should indeed get started. Right, so guys, our app has gotten started. Let's hold the control key. Yeah, as you can see, it says hold control and then you click. So let's hold the control key and click, and then our app should be open inside of our browser, right? So this is our app currently loading. Our app is going to get loaded, and then we're going to see the welcome screen that comes with a new Next.js installation. Alright guys, our Next.js application has been successfully installed. Okay, so you guys can see this is basically the welcome screen of a Next.js 13 application. The styling was done with Tailwind CSS because we selected Tailwind CSS as our styling option. Let's go back here, and inside of the app inside of the app router, the page file is, let's close our terminal, or let's drag it down to make it very small, right? So this page file is basically what we are currently viewing in the browser. It contains the code to uh, that page on the browser, right? So it's styled with Tailwind CSS. You guys can see Tailwind CSS classes, which we are going to be using. We're not going to be doing any styling. We're barely going to be doing any styling because we already built the UI, like I said, with the HTML, right? Says HTML build. So even in the React.js build, we just copied the UI and we did the necessary upgrades. So it's beautiful because I'll be going straight to the point, show you guys exactly how to make the best of Next.js 13. So right now, this is basically the homepage. This is not our work. This is the boilerplate coming from Basel. So we're supposed to clean out this boilerplate and start our code from scratch. But then I want to fix an error. Take a look at this error, guys, right? Cannot find module next slash babel, blah, blah, blah. Just this long error, blah, blah, blah. So how do you fix this error? If you happen to install a new Next.js application and you are getting this error, the simple fix I use is by adding a .vs code uh, folder which contains my VS Code specific details. And then inside of the VS Code folder, I add a settings.json file. And then inside of the settings.json file, I declare my working directories. So in case I declare my ESLint working directories, right? So if you are having this issue, that's how to fix it. I believe it's going to work perfectly in your case, just as it has been working for me. So let's go to a previous project, right? Yep, this is another project. This is another project. So I already have the folder. Let's just copy it from here. I'm going to show you guys more about it. So you basically add that folder to the root of your project. Alright guys, so I copied the folder from another project. Let me paste it in here. Right, so this is basically all you need to do to solve this bug, to solve this problem. What you need to do is you create a .vs code folder, and then inside of the folder you create a settings.json file, and inside of your settings.json file you declare your ESLint working directory, and basically you mention you mention the name of your Next.js 13 app, right? So you can go ahead and add all the folders inside of the project, right? So we have HTML client, we have this, and then after you add, you don't need to add all of the folders for the error to stop. You basically need to add only this folder, which is the one containing your Next.js 13 application. Add it to this list, and then the errors are going to go silent. So let's do that quickly, right, guys? So remember, inside of VS Code, don't miss the dots. Inside of this .vs code folder, You add settings.json. Inside of your settings.json, you now declare this ESLint working directories, and then let's add the folder of our Next.js app. Let me go back and open it so that you guys can see the errors. The errors are still there, right? You can see the error is still there. You open this file, the error is still going to be there showing cannot find. I wonder why this error shows up. So let's go and let's fix them. Let's make them keep quiet. So you just add this there. So Next.js, right? You just add the name of your directory, of your app directory, right? Underscore context API, right? Next.js 13, just give it, name it exact as it is in your app. Then once you save, the errors are actually going to go silent, guys. It's as simple as that. So you're not going to see the errors anymore. The errors are gone. So guys, we have added our Next.js directory and the errors are gone. I've been using this fix, right? And it works. So it has worked here, and now let's proceed to get our build done. So I've given you guys a rundown of how our app looks. So right now we're supposed to just let me close the terminal quickly. Right now we're supposed to just clean up the boilerplate and get coding. But before we clean up the boilerplate, so I can explain some necessary stuffs before we get started, I want us to add fonts to our project, right? We want to use Google Font. In the demo, we used Google Font, right? The demo is looking sleek, it's not looking ugly, it's not using, this is not regular font. So we use Google Fonts, we use two fonts from Google. We used them in the HTML build. We've been using the same font all the while. So I want to show you guys now how to add Google Fonts to Next.js, to a Next.js 13 application, right? The Next.js team introduced us to to some new ways of adding and using Google Fonts in your Next.js 13 project. I don't want to talk so much detail, so I won't get us distracted here. Check out my Next.js 13 series, and just, I'm not done yet. I'm still in progress with the series. So by the time you'll be watching this video, I am probably going to be done already, right? So this series has got so much value. It's going to be a superb, massive extra version than this build we're currently working on. So please check out this series and learn more about Next.js 13 that I'll be sharing. So there are basically, I guess, three ways of use of adding Google Fonts to your Next.js 13 project. And in Next.js 13, Google Fonts is just awesome because you don't need to keep making requests to the browser, getting fonts each time your website loads. The Next.js team made it in such a way that the moment you are building your app, the fonts get bundled along, so you don't have to keep making requests. So that is how awesome Google Fonts is used in Next.js 13. So I want us to add Google Fonts to our project. So how do you add Google Fonts to a Next.js 13 project? The page file is the page, right? Is basically the home page. I've said that already. The layout file is the entry point of our app, right, guys? The layout file, I repeat, is the entry point of our app. So what do I mean by that? If you've used Next.js 12 before, the layout file is basically the underscore app.js file. In HTML12, it was an underscore app.js file that was the entry point of the app. But in HTML13, it is the layout file that is the entry point of your app. And this layout file is the wrapper of the whole complete application. So any page you create more inside of this project, I'm going to show you guys how to create more pages. Any page you create more is going to be wrapped by this layout file. So the single layout file is what wraps our whole app around. And then with this layout file, you can be able to do different things that is going to be uniform for the whole project. So inside of this app.js file, you can go ahead to add components that are global to the whole app, right, guys? So put it at the back of your mind that the layout file is the entry point of your app. Every page is here inside of this children. We passed this page is here, right? Sorry, this page file is here. Every other page you create is going to be inside of this children because that is basically the rest of the app. And this layout file is the wrapper, is the main wrapper of our app. So guys, put it in mind, this layout file is the entry point of the whole of your app. As we create more pages, I'm going to show you guys how to duplicate this. I'm going to show you guys how to create layout, how to create a layout for each page that we are going to create if necessary. I'm going to introduce you guys to different result pages in Next.js 13. We have the page file, which is basically the index. We have layout for defining layout. We have error. We have loading for defining loading states or loading UIs. We have not found for 404. So there are some amazing new pages inside of Next.js 13, and I'm going to introduce you guys to some of the necessary ones that we're going to be using in this project. Don't forget, check out the Next.js 13 series. So much value in it, guys. Build on all what you're going to be learning in this tutorial and become super awesome at Next.js 13. So basically, we want to add the Google font, and as you can see here, the fonts are already being used, right? So, like I said, I guess I don't know if there are more ways though, but I basically know three ways you can add Google Fonts to your Next.js 13 project, and I'm going to show you guys the one that I think is most convenient for me, right? So, how do you do it? Like you see here, guys, they imported this font inter from Google Fonts, and hovering on it, you guys can see some amazing values, right? Some amazing values which you can apply to the fonts as you, I mean, which you can apply to the font declaration as you begin to set it up, right? So let's not dabble too much into those sidetractions. Let's just focus. For the fonts, we are going to be using Nunito Sans and also Poppins. So first things first, we're going to import the two fonts we want from next slash font slash Google, right? So basically, you import your font and then you set it up, declare it, set it up, and then you call inside of your app. We're going to use an approach that is better and easier than this, right? In this case, you have to keep converting your class names to JavaScript, right? So class name interd or class name, but I'm going to show you guys a method that is more super convenient. You just declare your you use class names, sorry, you use selectors. It could be different selectors, whether class, ID, uh tag selectors. You just use selectors to declare your fonts, and then it works just super fine, right? So that method is better than this method, and I'm going to show you guys how to get it done. So let's import the two fonts we want from Google Fonts. We want Poppins, right? So you can already see the options already coming from this. We want Poppins, and then we want Nunito Sans, right? Nunito Sans. You can already see the options, guys. We want Nunito Sans. So these are the two fonts we want from Google, and then we clean this out because we don't want inter font. And then now let's begin to declare how to set up our font. So like I said, I'm showing you guys how to do it in HTML. Sorry, how to do it with CSS, right? We're going to use CSS variables, and then we're going to set up things in such a way that all we need to do is just to call classes, and instead of converting our class name to JavaScript every time, we just have the comfort of calling those class names, and then our fonts work just well, guys. So let's go. So let's set up our font. Let's say let's set up Nunito first. So let's go with Nunito. Let's say Nunito Sans. uh let's name it this way because we are kind of initializing it, right? So we now go like this: Nunito, right? Nunito underscore sans. I said the Pascal case, right? Nunito sans, and then it's a method. So inside of this place, you now do your setup. So you bring in your object, and then you call your subset first. Subsets. You want Latin. Yeah, Code Whisperer is already helping us. I have an AI code helper. It's called Code Whisperer. It's more like Code Pilot, but then it's called Code Whisperer by Amazon, right? By AWS. So it's awesome. Code I've been using Code Whisperer for free. The individual plan is free. I'm gonna make a video on that hopefully next week. So you guys can't wait. Yeah, I'm gonna make a video on that next week. The moment you see this video, guys, please hit the like button, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of those awesome videos that I'm gonna be releasing. So subset is Latin. We set display to swap, right? Swap has to do with the way our font is switched to a fallback font in case there is an issue right? So basically if there is a fallback font, which I believe Next.js will bring in for us, if the original font we are setting up does not work, the swap property has to do with switching to the fallback font to ensure our app works reasonably well. So the next thing we're going to set is now the variable name. We set the variable name to any variable name we want, right? CSS variable, right? So we call it font Nunito Sans, right? We're going to need this variable. No need to. I wonder why I keep missing this underscore sans. So we're going to need this variable inside of the CSS declaration. And then yeah, we want weight. Our Nunito sans font is going to be very light, right? So the weights are declared inside their strings, right? The weights are basically, yes, over here you're going to see the options. They're basically strings, right? If you want multiple, you declare inside of an array. So now we have set our Nunito Sans font. We have made our initialization setup. Now let's do the same for our Poppins font, right, guys? So Poppins, we do the same thing. We say Poppins. Let's name it Poppins underscore. Come on, Poppins underscore init, right? And then is equal to, yeah, you bring the Poppins font from Google. It's a method, so you open and then let's do a setup. It takes an object, and inside of the object, same thing. We declare subsets as I'm laughing. Thank you, Code Whisperer. Then display as well is going to be swap, right? Then variable, we give it its own variable name, right? We call it font. It's a string, right? We call it font poppins, right? That's what we're going to call it. And then the next thing we're going to do is we want the width, right? We want different weight for this. So inside of our weight, we're going to use an array because we want multiple values. If you want multiple values, you use an array. So we want two fonts. We want two weights, 300 and then 600, guys. If you set to the smaller is going to be the normal one that displays, right? If you just call the font name, this is going to be the weight that works. If you now call this second will be the bold, right? To be the bold version. So whenever we call Poppins, we're going to have 300 width. Whenever we call bold on Poppins, we're going to have 600. So if you go ahead and declare 3, you go ahead and declare true like 9. Let's say you now declare 900. So when you call Poppins, you get this. When you call semi bold on Poppins, you get this. And then now this becomes bold when you call bold on Poppins. So but we want only two. So this is going to be our normal font, and this is going to be the weight for our bold, right? There's no middle, so there's no semi bold, right, guys? So basically we have successfully implemented a setup for our app, right? The next thing we're going to do, we're now going to wrap the whole of our app with this variables, right? No, sorry, we're going to wrap the whole of our app with this names, with this initialization stuffs that we have done. So let's go and do that. So we're going to say class name. Let's do this, right? We need to, yeah, we're already inside of JavaScript land, like I used to say. So we're going to bring in we want to call we want to call Unito Sans init, and we also want to call Poppins init, right? Basically, we have set up the fonts, right? We have set up the two fonts. Now we want to wrap our app with them, right, guys? So Code Whisperer is already helping us, but we don't want to go with its help. Let's type it out so we don't get errors. So you call Poppins, and as well you call Unito Sans, right, guys? So you call Poppins init. It should be the name of the variable right up there, right? So Poppins in it, and then you need to sans in it. You are going to call this variable. You are wrapping your app with this variable. So you go with Poppins in it dot variable, right? So over here as well, we go with Unito sans good init dot variable. You're basically, like I said, you're basically wrapping your app with these variables so that the whole of your app, I told you guys, right? The layout is the entry point of a wrapper. It's a wrapper for the whole of our app, which is here, right? So we have wrapped our app with these two fonts. We have exposed the rest of our app to these two fonts. Now we can go to our CSS file, set up the variable names there, attach them to selectors, probably class names, IDs, or tag selectors. Attach the variable rather to class names, and then wherever we call those class names, we get this awesome font, right, guys? So this is cool. We're making good progress. So I just hope you guys are following up. Please, in case you're missing it, just replay the video. I believe I've been very explanatory enough so you can grab stuff. Call the font from Google, do your setup, and then you wrap the whole of your app with the two fonts because we want multiple fonts. If you're using individual fonts, same thing. Just the setup might take longer, right? The setup might take longer, but it's basically for this beginning period. Subsequently, you don't, when you're working with, let's go to this page file. Let me show you guys. You guys will see how the font class name, the font is not used here. The fonts were not used here. But let's assume you wanted to use, let's go back to the layout file. Initially, we had the inter font, right? The inter font, and we have the whole of our app wrapped with inter. But let's assume you want to use another font apart from inter, and you don't want the whole of your app to use that font. So that means you need to call it somewhere, right? So if you call that font somewhere else, you need to keep converting your class name to JavaScript, right? Which is going to be frustrating and might not give the best experience. So after this initial setup we're doing, you guys are going to see how easy it's going to be. You just call the class names and the fonts are going to show up. So basically we've initialized our fonts, we've wrapped our app with them. Let's go to our CSS now and declare and call these variables, attaching them to class names so that whenever we need those fonts, we just call the class names. So let's go back to our CSS file. We're not going to leave our CSS file like this, right, guys? We're not going to leave it like this. We are going to create a styles folder, right? Going to be organized. Let's create a styles folder, and this is where we're going to put our CSS file, right? I moved it there. Let's go back to our layout file and let's update it. So we are going inside styles first, right? Before we now go into global.css, right, guys? So we have updated the style import. Now let's go back to our global.css and let's declare those classes, guys. Let's declare those classes. Whenever we call poppins, right, we want the poppins font to show. So now we're going to now declare, it will say font family. So we now call the variable, it's a CSS variable, dash dash poppins, right? Let's go back and see what we call that variable. We called it dash dash font little sans dash dash poppins. So let's go back here, dash dash poppins. This is going to be poppins, right? Sorry, let me go back and see it very well. Yeah, font poppins. I'm using the font, right? So dash dash font poppins. So let's duplicate this, right? And then we have dash dash no need to underscore sans. Let's call it like this. And over here as well is going to be dash dash font no need to underscore sans, right? So we've basically declared the variables. Wherever we now call these class names, we get those fonts there without needing to convert our class names into JavaScript, just like we would have done in the previous version. You call probably like initially it was enter the class name, right? Enter the class name, and you need to convert the whole class to JavaScript. So, but in this case, you don't need to convert to JavaScript. Just call the classes and you're good. So guys, it took us more time to set up, but then we're almost done, right? So let's go and test our app. Let's go and test our classes. Let's go back to our page.js file, right? Let's go, first of all, let's go back to our Next.js application or app. This is it, right? So this is our app over here. You can see, I guess the font has already changed. I think the font have already changed to Nunito. Okay, let's go and prove it. But sorry, it has not changed yet because we have not called Nunito yet. So let's just call the Nunito class here. Let's say Nunito underscore sans, right? So wherever we call it, that Nunito font will take place. So now we are wrapping the whole of the page file of the home page with Nunito sans. We're calling it here is now going to be the font that is going to have precedence. Let's go back to our app. You guys are going to see that our font is going to change to Nunito. Let me reload, and it's going to be light. It's going to be super light because our Nunito font is 300. Let me reload, and I hope it's going to work just fine. Right, you guys can see it has already changed. You guys can see here we already have Nunito. This isn't what the fonts look like earlier. Let me go take it off again. So I like showing you guys, let not be that I'm cheating, right? I save, right? Let me go back and let's see what becomes of the fonts, right? You guys can see they're changed. But then when we declare Nunito sounds, right? We get Nunito fonts take coming. I mean, taking over our app, right? So now we have Nunito. So the whole of our app now is working with Nunito, the whole of our home page, right? But since we are going to be using what do I call it? We're going to be using Nunito. We want if let's go back to our demo. For the demo, we have Nunito everywhere. So every font is basically Nunito, but then only headers and some other areas are poppins, right? So like this is poppins. This header is poppins. This avatar I guess is poppins as well. This I guess is poppins, and I think this should be poppins as well. So only some areas are poppins. Everything else is Nunito, right? So we basically want to add the Nunito class to the whole of our app, and then we only call poppins where we want it. We already did that in the UI. For the Nunito is actually not exactly the same, but for the poppins, don't worry, when we copy the UI from the React app, I'm going to be copying the UI from there because we don't need to do that first. We already built it in the HTML version. So when I copy the UI with some other code that I'm going to be bringing from the React app to customize for Next.js, you guys are going to see that the UI already contains the puppies font, so it's just going to work automatically. So let's go back here. We already know our Nunito Sans is working, but we don't want Nunito Sans for only the homepage. We want it for the whole of our app, right? So we need to do that inside of layout. Let's do that inside of layout, and then we just basically come we can create a main wrapper here. So let's do that. Let's call this main, and then let's move our children inside of it. And then the children is basically the whole of our app, right? So we call the class name here, and then we now add nunito underscore sans to it, and then it's going to work just fine. Yeah, just as perfect as it worked initially. We no longer have it here, but in this case is now the whole of our app that is going to be Nunito. We only call poppins wherever we want poppins. So coming back to let's go back to the app. You guys are going to see it's still going to be Nunito. This is cool, guys. Let me inspect it and show you guys. So you guys are going to see that I'm not cheating. So this HTML method, it might seem harder to set up from the start, but then it's just the most easiest because you don't need to keep converting your class name to JavaScript. Just call those CSS classes or selectors, however you set it, and it works just cool. All right, guys. So you guys can see the body. You guys can see some variable stuffs, I guess, converted by Next.js. Then coming over here, you guys can see main. This is the main, and then basically the wrapper of the whole of our app, right? So, and then you guys can see the Nito Sans fonts we added, and then you guys can see the variable. Click on it. You guys can see Next.js is doing its stuff under the hood, right, guys? So our fonts are basically added already. Now let's confirm that our Poppins font is also working. Let's convert this headers, deploy, template, learn, docs. Let's convert them to Poppins as well. So let's go back to page, right? So let's look for those headings. We have learn. I guess I missed one already. Get started by editing. Let's just do it somewhere. Yeah, get started. Like let me add it to this. Get started by editing. So you guys can see. Let me look for one of those headings and add it, right? So let me add it to learn, right? H2 learn. Okay, let me add it here. So you see, I don't need to convert my class name to JavaScript. I just write the class name. Now I want poppins. It's just cool, guys. So you guys are going to see the learn guy is going to change to poppins. You guys can see only this guy is now poppins. The rest are Nunito Sans, right? So basically, the two of our fonts are working. Our font setup was super successful. So let's go back to our layout.js file. So our font setup was absolutely successful. You can proceed to extract the font from here, right? You can proceed to extract the font from here and create a utility file where you keep the font and then you do your other stuffs, right? You can do that to keep your app.js file neat. I think we should do it. Let's go ahead and do it. Inside of our app.js, let's create a folder. Let's call it utils, right? And then inside of utils, we create a file. and then we call it fonts, right? Fonts.js, right? So we now come back to our layout file, and then we copy all of this from here, copy all of this setup from here, and then we go to our font file, and then inside of our font file we paste them, right? So back inside of layout.js, we're going to need these two guys, right? We're going to need this, we're going to need this as well, right? So we basically export them. We need this dot variable, so why don't we do it here first of all, right? Why don't we make it shorter? Let's just call it let's make things shorter. Export uh let's export only the names we want, right, guys? Let's do some JavaScript here. Let's say const. First of all, let's export it, right? I can say I want this to just be nunito, no longer init. I want it to be nunito sounds, right? So is equals to nunito, right? Nunito sounds init dot variable. So I'm exporting the whole thing from here. So over there, I just basically sorry, I need the variable declaration, right? So I hold my alt key down. I get multi cursors, and then I have the variable keyword, the const keyword rather. So one is Nunito sounds, one is going to be poppins, right, guys? Poppins, right? This one is going to be poppins, so the names are shorter. And then over here we have poppins init, right? Basically initializing the poppins font, right? So we have poppins init. The variable is the same thing we are doing, guys, but then we just basically want to keep our layout file cleaner, right? So this is our declarations. Now we've exported this as this and this as this. So we go back into our layout, and then we import those two values, right? So we are importing poppins, right? Where you guys can see down here utils fonts. We are also importing Nunito sans, right? Okay, we're importing Nunito sans as well. Good. Just as we declared it inside of our font file, right? Nunito sans and then poppins. We already have them as this. So we now go back to our layout.js. We don't need the variable anymore, right? We don't even need the init anymore, right? Because we already did all of those declarations inside of the font file. So basically, this is all we need. Our app is looking cleaner, and everything works just exactly the same, guys. Everything works exactly the same. Let's go back to our app and prove it, so you guys can see our Nunito font is still working. Let's go back and add the poppins font to another. Let's go back to our page.js. Let's add the poppins font now to deploy, right? Deploy. So let's add the poppins font here, right? So let's go back here, and you guys can see this deploy. Once our app loads up, this deploy is going to change to poppins, and you guys can see it has changed to poppins. The rest are still Nunito. So guys, I guess you guys are enjoying the tutorial so far. I'm taking my time giving you guys so much value, right? So there are two other ways of using Google Fonts in Next.js 13. If you want to know those ways, go check out my Next.js tutorial series. I'm breaking down Next.js 13 in depth, and you guys can't afford to miss the series. So if you still haven't subscribed, please like the video, like this video, hit subscribe, and check out the Next.js 13 series, right? So much value, guys, so much value for you guys. So let's go back to our code. Now we're done with adding fonts to our project. Now let's go back and do some Tailwind CSS setup, right? Our Tailwind config, let's check it out. Let's see how it looks at the moment. We have this, right? Good. So pages, this. Basically, it comes all well set for us. It comes well set for us, whether we are using the pages router, or whether we are using the pages router, or we are using the app router. It's all set for us. And components as well are going to work just fine with Tailwind CSS, right? So we're going to copy our um we're going to copy our media query configuration from the previous React.js build, right? So let's go here, and we basically need our media query configuration. I guess that's all we're going to be needing, right? Yeah, that's all we're going to be needing here. We built this app with Vite, right? We built it with Vite, and it was an awesome experience. So check out the series. Let me go back and show you guys the series. Yeah, this is the series. This video is going to be the second to the last video. After this video, I'm going to make the outro, wrapping up the series, right? So this is going to be the last main build. We've had an awesome time together. So much value I've been sharing, guys. please check out the series and make the best of it. So let me go back here. Theme, this is what we don't want. Okay, this is what we want, right? I'm copying this out. And then we go into our Next.js app, and then we replace, right? So we replace the whole theme object. We copy this out. We don't need this, right? We paste this, and this is what we need. So this is basically our media queries breakpoints for the project. So now we are done with setting up the CSS. So guys, everything should be working just fine for us inside of our app at the moment. So I've explained the layout file, right? It is the wrapper of the whole app. So if you come and you declare a component here, that component will be present in any page you go to, right? I wasn't show you guys how to create pages. So in any page you go to, if you declare a component here, keep it in your mind that that component should be a global component because it's going to be available on every page you go to. So this is basically the wrapper for the whole of our app, and the whole of our app is this children here, right? That comes in as a prop. Okay, then so that is it for the layout file. The page file rather is not pages, it's page, it's reserved. If you miss the name, if you add s, your app will break. So it's page, and then this is the landing page, right? So this is basically the landing page of our app. So we don't need all of this boilerplate anymore. We can now clean it out, and then after cleaning out the boilerplate, we just bring out a new React app setup. So if you don't know what that shortcut was, it's basically an extension, right? So it's coming. Let me clean it up again so I can check out the name of the extension. See the name of the extension, ES7 plus React Redux, blah blah blah. Yep. So let's go to the extensions tab, and let me show you guys the extension. Let's go to extensions, right? So let's search for ES7, right? So I should have it installed already. You guys can see the install button is not showing because I have it already. ES7 plus Redux, blah blah blah. So this is what helps me with this shortcut. So go install this and you get this all for free, guys. So let's go back here, and the moment you type, there are different shortcuts, but this is what I prefer using. It gives you the simple layout, right? And then it's called this home, right? Call this home. I want multi cursors. If you want multi cursors, you hold your uh you click, and then you hold your tab key and you click again. It gives you multi cursors, right? So now basically we've cleaned out the Next.js boilerplate. Let's say this is the home page, right? This is the home page. And then let's add some Tailwind CSS and be sure our Tailwind CSS is working just fine. Class name, let's say a text blue 500. Blue 500. If you want to see how we use Tailwind CSS, guys, check out the HTML build. You guys are going to see how we built the UI from scratch with Tailwind CSS. In the React.js build, we didn't have to do that afresh. We just copied the UI and then we proceeded with React, which is what we're doing here. We copy from the React project, right? It's a progressive series showing you guys how things build up, how things progress. So if you really want to be a solid full stack developer, definitely not a senior, if you really want to be a solid full stack developer, you need to check out this series because it starts from HTML, goes to React, goes to Next.js, and then we have the backend as well. I mean, everything starts with Tailwind CSS. So much value, guys, so much value. So let's give this on the line as well. We're just proving that our Tailwind CSS works. So this is the home page. Can I save? Yeah, let me save now. So once I save, this should be what we should have on our home page. All the boilerplate should be gone. Let's go check it out. Right? I think it's here. Okay. So it's actually working. This is the home page is working, but then we have some issue somewhere. We have an issue. All right, guys. We need to go clean up our CSS as well, right? So we don't need all of the CSS. We don't need any CSS, right? That's how much we made good use of Tailwind CSS. If not for these classes, we don't need any of the CSS, right? Because our project was styled with Tailwind CSS. Let me show you guys. Don't worry, we're also going to be copying stuffs and pasting here, right? Our project was styled with Tailwind CSS. So we didn't use a single extra class. We used utility class all through, right? So utility classes and then some custom classes. So basically, when you get to master Tailwind CSS so well, you won't need to keep calling classes. You won't need to keep writing CSS. Rather, you just get so, and you just get so used to the utility classes, and you just begin to enjoy the process, right? So let's go back to build, right? So I just came to show you guys that we didn't use. Let me go to the style file, right? This is public. Let me go to styles. You guys will see we didn't use a single CSS class, right? Oh, we did some resets, right? We did some resets, and then the fonts as well, right? So we did some, just basically some resets and the font. So this is all the CSS, the custom CSS build, guys. This is also Tailwind CSS. Is super cool, right? All right, guys. Here we are back to our demo. Okay, so our demo is good. Let's go back to VS Code. Okay, so right here in VS Code, before I proceed to begin copying code from the React.js build, so I can begin explaining the progression into Next.js and begin showing you guys Next.js stuff. Before I do that, I want to really bring in the pages, explain. I want to talk on how many pages we're going to have. Basically, I just want to talk some more on the demo on the project, how it looks, then how many pages we're going to have. Then I'll explain how you can build pages in Next.js 13. I'll show you guys the routing, the new routing method of Next.js 13 inside of the app router directory. I'll show you guys about server components and client components. I'll explain all of this stuff to you guys in so much detail, right? So once again, re-emphasizing, Next.js 13 is all about performance, right? If you can be able to understand the new Next.js 13 philosophy, if you can be able to grasp the mindset, right, the paradigm that the Vercel team introduced in Next.js 13, if you can understand it and not just go about building Next.js 13 apps like React, use state, use context, client components everywhere, if you really understand that mindset, guys, you'll be able to build highly performant apps that are blazing fast. And that is one of the main missions of this build, of this tutorial. So, right, I'm going to show you guys the pages now, and then I'm going to show you guys how to build those extra pages in Next.js 13. I'm going to show you guys about the routing pattern. So without further ado, let's go back to the demo quickly. So this is the demo over here. Let me do some more demo. Let's just let's create one new profile. Let's just, this is a I'm coming, let me see if I can get okay, no, I just wanted to get some dummy text, but let's just keep it simple. I am Sandra, Sandra Kimball, right? So let's just keep it simple, and then you can see that was fast, right? And you can see our app got updated. So this is just beautiful, right? So guys, do you really want to check out the full series? Check out the full series, explore the videos, check out the API build, backend build, how we build the API. You're gonna get so much value out of the series, right, guys? So this is our demo is working. Let's go ahead and edit what we just added, and let's just say I am a software engineer at Google, right? Google, right? Good. So let's update. You see it's going to get updated, right? And then it's going to lead us to the home page. You can see it. I'm a software engineer at Google. You can see how smooth our app works, right? So that's to show you how much value I put into the series, from the backend build to the, I mean, the series is awesome. You just need to go check it out, right? So guys, I just showed you guys the update profile page, and I showed you guys the add profile page, right? So we basically have three main pages, and then we have a loading page, right? That load was too fast. I'm coming, let me show you guys over here. Good. That's the loading page. We have a loading page. We have a 404 page. If you try to go to a page that does not exist, let me just say new/new page here, right? So let me hit, you're going to see this is the 404 page. So we have a 404 page, and then I can click to return home, right? Okay, this seems not to be working. This seems not to be working. All right, guys. So I guess we have a little bug in our demo. The 404 page seems not to be working well, right? So if the link component does not link well, right? If the link component does not link well, what we're going to do is we're going to use the router, right? We're going to use this router, and we're going to route. We're going to implement a hard routing with use router. So I guess that should work uh if the link component isn't working for us. It seems not to be working well, right? So it actually routes back, but it then isn't loading the page. So I guess we're going to force a hard routing using the router component. Sorry, using the router hook from Next.js 13. I guess I should call it a hook, right? So don't worry, guys. We're going to implement that. Don't worry. So let's go back to the build. Right, so our demo has three pages. Okay, so we have don't worry, let me refresh. We'll go to the landing page now. We have the add profile page, we have the update profile page, we have the home page, and then we have the loading page, we have the 404 page, and then which other page do we have? Let me check out our demo build. Where's the demo build? Where are you? Okay, this is the demo build. So we have loading, we have 404. Yeah, basically this is it, right? And then we have layout, right? So there are a number of reserved pages in Next.js 13. Yeah, a number of reserved pages. I'm coming. Let me show you guys. Uh, file conventions. Yeah, so you can see the reserved pages in Next.js 13. We have default, error, layout, loading. We have different pages, different file names reserved in Next.js 13, right? So you shouldn't go about using these pages in Next.js 13 because they are reserved. So when you want to name a page, you don't name any of your pages with any of these reserved names, right, guys? So these are the reserved pages, reserved files in Next.js 13. The layout page, we already have it in our app, is basically used for creating layouts. We have the loading page like I showed you guys in our demo. The loading page basically is just the page that shows up a before a file loads in, right? We have the loading page, and then we have the not found, which is our 404. So basically you just get to make use of all of this as it deems as your app demands, right? Coming to the route file, I guess we won't need this for this project, but then we are using the page, we're using not found, we're using loading, we're using layout, and then I guess those are the ones we'll be needing for this tutorial, and I guess those are the ones you're going to be needing mostly for whichever app you're building. So now going back to our app has three main pages, right? The home page, the landing page, and also the update profile page. Okay, so let me show you guys how all of those pages are done inside of Next.js 13. So this is not our build, right? Sorry guys, this is our build, right? This is the live build we're currently working on. So basically, to create another page inside of Next.js 13 in Next.js 12, if you want to create another page, all you simply need to do is just create a file, right? It's just create another file, and then that file, whatever file you create, becomes a page, right? So let me show you guys. So let me say I just create about.js here, right? Yeah, about.jsx. I'm going to switch all of this to JSX. We're not using JS, right? So let me say I created about.jsx. This automatically becomes the about page. When we go to slash about from the root from the home page, right? From the home page, when we go to slash about, so for example, like this, when we just add a slash about, that was Next.js 12, right? This is Next.js 13. When you just add slash about, you are going to navigate to the about page. That was how it worked in Next.js 13. But this is Next.js 12, and the way routing works inside of Next.js 12, you basically create a folder, right? You create a new folder. So this is our app. Let me create a folder, and then we want the add profile page, right? So you go to add, you go with this add profile. So this will be the add profile page, okay? And then we want an update profile as well. No, we want it on the root of our app folder, right? So you go and you do update profile, right? Update profile. Okay, so you have add profile, you have update profile, and then good. Folders cannot be pages. A folder cannot just be a page, right? So what do? This is where you bring in the page, the reserved page.js file. You can use JS, you can use JSX, right? It all works. But then to really get the best out of the React syntax, React uses JSX. So you really need to just go ahead and use JSX so you can get the best, probably auto completion and intelligence and other stuff. So you just go ahead and use JSX so you get the best, right? So after you create a page, permit me to call it a route, right? So after you create a route, the add profile route, the entry point of any route is the page.js file. So we are beginning to use the first reserved page, okay? This so we are beginning to use the reserved pages practically, right? This came with the app. Let's rename it. Let's get it renamed to the JSX, right? We're using JSX, not JS, right? So let's get that renamed as well. The JSX, right? So we now have all our files at the JSX, and there's basically not going to be any issue. So the page is this is the home page, right? Basically, and then this is the layout which wraps the whole of our app. Now we are trying to create pages. So this is the add profile route, and the entry point of that route is this page.jsx. So the moment you go to add profile, you land on page.jsx. Let me do the same inside of update profile. Let me create the page.jsx file. So the page.jsx file is basically the index file, the entry point of any route of any page you create, right? So let's go back. Sorry, let's get them stuffed before we go. So IFCE page, right? We don't want it to be called page. We want it to be over here. We want what do we want? We want update, right? Update profile. Okay, so that's what we want here. And you're going to see when we navigate to this route, we're going to have this in the browser. And then coming over here as well, we don't want page, we want add profile, right? Add profile. So we save. So this is how you do routing inside of Next.js 13. Let's go to the browser now, and then let's go to our demo. Let's bring our demo close to the. Let's bring our live build rather. Let's bring it close to the demo so we can just so we can be able to navigate easily. So this is the home page which we are on. Now let's go to the about page. Sorry, add profile, right? Let's go to the add profile. Good. You guys are going to see it's going to lead us to the add profile page. Okay, it's taking time to load. No problem. Let's wait for it. This is actually one of the bottlenecks of Next.js. I don't know why this is happening. Could it be coming from my system? I don't know, but I don't think so, right? So Next.js 13 can have this issue of delay in dev mode, and it's very frustrating. So I guess that's one area the Vercel team needs to look into. So as you can see, automatically the font is Nonito, right? Automatically the font is Nonito. Let's go prove it, right? The font is going to be Nonito. You guys can see font family is Nonito Sans. That is the font on this guy. Okay. I'm coming, let me show you guys very clearly. You can see inherited from the font family is Nunito. So it is Nunito font, like I showed you guys, that is working on this ad profile, right? So the whole app wraps poppins as well. But then what is working is Nunito, because going back to our app.jsx file, sorry, going back to our layout file, we have Nunito wrapping the whole of our app, which is this children prop, right, guys? So basically, our just this is just proving to you guys that this layout file is the wrapper of the whole app. So every other page you create will take the Nonito Sans font, and then wherever we need the Poppins font for headings, right, we just go there and recall the font. The UI we're going to be loading, we're going to be copying in, already have the fonts called, so we don't really need to go and call them again. But then that is the beauty of using this HTML method that I taught you guys, because with this HTML method, all you need to do is to call classes. But if you were to use the native Next.js 13 way of adding fonts, you have to keep converting your class names. All the only class name we converted to JSX, right, to JavaScript was basically this first one, and that is all. Everywhere else we just call CSS classes, and that's how easy it is. But if you use the native method, you have to keep converting all your classes to JavaScript, and it can be frustrating, right? So check out the Next.js series, guys. The Next.js series, like I showed you guys, I'm going to be showing more detail. I'm going to show the three different ways of adding Google Fonts to Next.js 13. So by the time you'll be watching this video, those three different videos for how to add Google Fonts should be uploaded already. So just check out the series, follow it up, right? Hit subscribe and like the video, right, guys? Give me the motivation. All right. So let's go back to the build. Here we are back to the build. Our Poppins font is working all over our app, proving that the layout file is the entry point of our app. So this is the add profile route, and then we landed on the add profile component, which we just created, right? So you can see, sorry, you can see add profile. So when we go similarly to the update profile route, you guys are going to see it's going to show update profile. Let's do that. Yeah, so let's go this way. This is what we want. So the delay time is can be frustrating actually. I don't know, probably it's from my system, but truly I don't think so. Maybe because it's a new route, right? So maybe because it's a new route, we're creating it for the first time. But then that is a bad developer experience. I really think the Vercel team needs to look into this. If you're using Vite, 10 minutes, Vite is so fast, right? Yeah, I mean building React apps with Vite, right? Vite is so fast, okay? But then don't worry, Vite with React don't give us the performance. The awesome performance you get with Next.js. So just bear with that in developer mode. When you ship your project to production, you get blazing fast applications. But then I still think the Vercel team needs to look into this. So we have all our routes working just fine, and that is great for a build, right? So now, as you can see, our the structure of our app, we have the layout, which is the entry point, the wrapper of our app. We have page, which is the index, the home page, right, of our app, and then we have this other two pages, which are routes in Next.js 30. Okay, now you can as well, okay, let's create a loading page, right? So the loading page is going to be a page that is going to load whenever any other page is loading, right? So we are going to have only one single loading page, and that loading page is going to explain to you guys how to create other loading pages. So let's create a loading page on the root of our app. I showed you guys the reserved files, right? So loading is one of the reserved files. It is used to create loading pages, loading state. So just like I showed you guys in the demo, the loading state basically shows up whenever a page is loading. Let me go back to the demo and show you guys again. Don't mind that error. Let's use this, right? So that was fast. I guess that's catched already. So you see that's the loading page. It shows in briefly before our app loads in, depending on how much time the data fetching is going to take, right? So this is going to be the loading page, RFCE, of course. Let's get the quick boilerplate. Okay, so we want our component name to be uppercase. So we switch this to loading, and then there we go. We have the loading page. So whenever any other page is loading, this loading page is what is going to show up, right? But then you can have loading for any route. Okay, the beauty of this loading page is the that you can use it to create the beauty of the loading page is that you can use it to create skeletal loading, right? Skeletal loading makes your app look very cool, gives your user a very awesome experience. For example, loading this page, it's taking good, this is perfect because it's taking time now. Other times it didn't take time, but in this case it's taking time. I don't know why it's taking time, but then good, this the example worked as perfectly as I needed it to. So assume your user gets such a delay, probably because of network or something. You can introduce the skeletal loading, right? Basically just showing more like skeletons for this component, skeleton for the text, and just skeleton for your UI, and then it gives your user a more pleasant experience. Okay, so you can create a loading file for every route. So you can go ahead inside of update profile route, you can create a loading file, right? You can create a loading.jsx file, and then the loading.jsx file will serve as a loading for this particular route, right? So we're not going to do this. Should I do it? I don't know, maybe I should do it so I can make it unique, right? Let's go ahead, let me do it. Right, in the demo I had only one loading general for the general app, but then let me show you guys practically, right? So this is the loading, and then it's going to be the loading for the update profile page. I'm going to customize it so you guys can see over here as well. Let me add the loading, right? So basically, we're going to have loading for each page because each page will have different content. So you need different skeletal loading for each of the pages, right? Different components, different looks, different structures. So you have different skeletons. So that will give your users a very good experience. That's a very practical use of the loading file. So we now have loading on the root, and we have loading, and we have loading. So I'm going to show you guys how to customize all of this. So now I want us to create a 404 page, right? We're going to have only one single 404 page, and the 404 page is basically not found, right? Not found.jsx. This is how you create the 404 page. We're going to have only one 404. So IFCA, my PC seems to be laggy, right? So not found. Let's name it. Let's name our components the right way. Multi-cursors. You hold the alt key and you hold the alt key and you click. You get multi-cursors, right? So not found, and then this is our not found page. So we have basically created all of these pages, but then we are still going to create a dynamic page. I'm going to show you guys how to create a dynamic page in Next.js. Guys, this series is awesome. In the HTML build, I showed you guys how to create dynamic pages with HTML. In the React.js build, I showed you guys how to create dynamic pages with React, and then now I'm going to show you guys how to do it in Next.js. So you just can't miss the series. It's a complete series to really, if you are a junior, if you want to really become a junior full stack developer, guys, this series is really going to be helpful, right? So please check out the series. Let me go back to the build now. This update profile page is a dynamic page, right? Dynamic in the sense that it is unique for each of the profiles. You can see the profile gets fetched, and then we can basically update. Let me add update in here, right? It gets fetched, and then we can basically update, right? I updated Samuel Naruto. You can see is here. Our app is super smooth, guys. That's cool, right? So uh this is basically how you update. But then what I wanted to show you guys is that the update profile is unique. It's dynamic, right? So I'm going to show you guys how to create dynamic pages when we come to building the update profile page. But right now, let's just focus and proceed with the build. So I'm going to show you guys that later. Right now, let's focus on getting things done. So these are page.jsx file. These are 404 not found. These are loading, and then we have our layout file, which is the wrapper, the entry point of our app. So now let's begin to build our pages. We have a page.jsx. First of all, let's build our loading 404, and then the individual loading pages for all of this. So when we build all of these ones, then we now go and copy the contents from the previous React.js build, and I come and update to suit Next.js. So basically, Next.js is React.js, right? Next.js is basically React.js, but then it gives you some extra features that adds awesomeness, right? So let's go to we're not updating the landing page yet. Let's finish with the 404 page. The 404 page is basically a component where we just tell the user that the user is lost, right? We just tell them they are lost, they should go back to the landing page. Okay. All right, guys. So let's build the 404 page. Like I said, we're going to have only one single 404 page. I don't think it makes sense to have multiple 404 pages for each of the routes. I don't know if that's possible, but it doesn't make sense, right? So one 404 page will do for the whole app. So we don't need to import React, right? All right, so in this version of React, we basically don't need to import this, right? We don't need to import it. We can leave it, but then we want to be uniform inside of all of our apps. Okay, let's just leave it then. We don't need to add this import. Our app is going to work just fine, but then let's leave it, right? I love being extra secure. This isn't going to break our app, I assure you, but then I love being extra secure when I build apps. So good, we will need the user router because the link component in our demo seems not to be working well when we go to the 404 route. So we're going to force the routing with use router, right? So we're going to use an on-click event, and then we're going to force the 404 with the use router. Okay. But the problem is, can we make our 404 page to be a client component? If we're going to use the user router hook, then our 404, no. I don't think it's going to affect that. Yeah, we're going to use an on-click, then our then our, what do I call it? Our 404 page will then have to become a client component. You guys might not understand this, but then it's because I've already gotten the Next.js mindset. I've gotten used to the philosophy. So I'm already thinking the Next.js way, and that's what I want to help you guys get used to in this tutorial. Get used to thinking like you should when building Next.js app, so you can get that performance benefit from it. So for now, let's just comment this out, right? We're going to use the link component and see if our demo works just fine. If it doesn't work fine, we're then going to force the navigation with the use router hook from Next.js. So we import our link component from next/link, and then let's quickly customize our 404 page. All right, guys, we're writing code now. We want 404, we want the main page, right? And then inside of the main page, we want the paragraph, and inside of the paragraph we basically tell the user they are lost, right? So we go like this. I think we should go copy it from the demo 404. That will be faster, right? Right, don't worry, let's write it out. You are lost, buddy. So sorry, we don't seem to have the page you are looking for, right? So you are lost, buddy, dot dot dot, and then we have a line break, right? So sorry, we don't seem to have the page you are looking for, right? So this is going to be our 404 page, right? I don't what this error we're getting, right? So this is yes lint, right? Don't worry, I'm going to show you guys how to silence yes lint errors. Yes lint basically exists to help you check errors, to help you lint. So it checks against bad practices and against practices that can put your app in danger. But then ESLint has some rules that are basically outrageous. Come on, why are you going to tell me to not use codes, right? This is text, this is not tags or whatever. So I think this ESLint rule is outrageous. It wants us to use this more like this what do I call it? This HTML entity. So for a right side code, we go basically like for your right code, we go with RSQO, and it's going to show a right code for us. Basically, it's frustrating, right? So we're going to silence that error. I consider that to be outrageous. So I'll show you guys how to silence ESLint errors, but then let's proceed. So you lost, buddy. So sorry, I've written that out. So now we're going to have a link, and then the link leads to user back home. But then let's get this styled out first. We want our we want the 404 page, we want it to fill the screen. So we go with min screen, right? It's going to fill at the screen of whichever device the user is viewing it from. We want the custom default background, which is BG Blue 50. We want it to have some space from the top, which is PT 40, right? Some padding from the top. We want it to be centered. Text center, we want the gray text for it. So we go with text gray 400, and then we want its font size to be 20 pixels, right? So we go with this is how to add custom classes in Tailwind CSS, right? This is how to add custom classes in Tailwind CSS. You basically add the custom value inside of this code, right? So if you want text, if you want font size, you go with text this. If you want padding, we can customize this padding as well. Let's say we want it to be 100 pixels. You basically bring the quotes and then you do 100 px here. But then we don't want this. We want a CSS, a Tailwind CSS default utility class, right? So when the class is default, you write it as the Tailwind CSS docs gives it. And then when the class is not default, you basically you add your value, your custom value inside of the braces, right? So PT40 is a default utility class from Tailwind CSS. As you can see, when you hover on it, it gives you the value. So come over here, you see. So I think if you don't have the I'm not sure though, but I think this effect, this value effect when you hover is coming from the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense application. Let's go check it out. Let me search IntelliSense, right? It's a Tailwind CSS application. You can see it here. It's here, intelligent. This is a Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, right? So install this application, and I believe you should get this effect. So when you hover on Tailwind CSS classes, you get to see their values. right? So the that's basically us styling the 404 page. Uh, okay, so I guess we are done. Manage screen, PT40, text center, text gray. Right, good. It's going to be 100% wide, right? So should we make it? No need for that. Right, guys. So now let's style our padding. Sorry, let's style our paragraph. The paragraph is basically going to just have a margin at the bottom so it can get some space from the link component. So over here, we're going to now bring the link component, right? So we're going to now bring in the link component. And how do you use links in Next.js 13? You basically just call your link, and then in Next.js 12, you needed to wrap to bring in the A tag again, but then in Next.js 12, you basically don't need that. So we just go to the home page, right? This is how it should be done. We go to the home page, but then the linking seems not to be working. But let's see how we're going to fix that. Like I said, I want us to use a hard routing, so we might end up using the use router hook, but then I'm going to need to verify first if a 404 page can be a client component. So link href forward slash, and then let's style our link, right? Let's give it some styles. Let's give it some styles. Class name, we want it underlined. We want it to be underlined, and then we want it to be blue. Text blue 500, and then we don't want any hover effect. That's all we need, right? Okay, we want text to be at the center, right? So text center, just like the paragraph text above. So inside of the link, we're going to now have please return home, right? Please return home, right? So this is our 404 page. But before we proceed, let's silence this ESLint error. So how do you silence ESLint errors? You go to this ESLint.json file, and then you come over here. There's going to be a rules object. I just pray I'm going to get this right? There's going to be a rules object, and inside of your rules object, we need a comma here, right? The rules property of this, okay, it's supposed to be in quotes, right? Just like extends, so it's supposed to be in quotes, right? So this is the rules. Now we are going to now get this error. So you target this error, you hover on it, and then you come over and copy what the error is saying. Okay, good. So we just copy this, and then we go back to the ESLint configure the ESLint the rc.json file is basically the configuration file for ESLint, and then we go this way, and then we say off, right? So once you do this, the error should go quiet. You can see it's got silent, and then the error is no more showing. And then we have this spelling error, right? This spelling error is coming from another extension as well. This extension is very helpful because sometimes you might type some typographically wrong stuff, and which might affect your user experience, right? But then this extension helps you find it. No, no, I think it's spelling checker, right? Yeah, this is it. Code spell checker. So install the extension, and you get to have this effect when you have typo errors. So now our 404 page is looking good. Let's go over to I think it's looking perfect now, right? Let's go and mock a missing route. Let's mock a route that is not available. First of all, let's route back to the landing page, right? Okay, so this is us going back to the landing page. Now we are back on the landing page. Let's mock a we could have done this from the previous route, but then let's just mock a route that does not exist, right? So not existing, right? So just a route that doesn't exist. So now we should hit our 404 page, and we should have the content we added displayed for us, right? So you can see we have a loading file, loading our 404 page, and then boom, we have our 404. So our app is working just fine. You guys saw the loading file in practical demonstration, right? And then you guys saw the 404 as well. So let's see if it works to take us back to the home page. It works here. I wonder why it's not working in our demo. Probably, I don't know. All right, so it's working just fine. if if it doesn't work in our deployment, then we are going to have to fall back to this option of forcing the reload with the use router hook, right? So you then import the use router, and then you make an on-click. This time, not the link component. Probably you just use a div or whichever element, and then you get an on-click. Meaning, if you're using an on-click in a component, the component has to be a client component, right? Don't worry, we're beginning to get into Next.js 13. So if you're using on clicks, if you're using hooks from React, use effect, use state, and all of those stuff, your component then will have to be a client component. Server components does not take those event stuff on click on whatever, and it does not take hooks, does not take React hooks. So use effect, use state. Server component does not take those stuffs. So if you're using those stuffs in your component, the component has to be a client component. So guys, don't worry, we don't need it for now because our 404 is working just fine. But just in case we get the error, then we're going to have to force the reload. Okay, let's just type a class that a page that doesn't exist. You see the loading, and then guys, you're going to see our 404 because it does not exist, and then we can go back home. So our app is working just cool. We now have our 404 page done. Our loading page is also looking nice. Let's go complete it. Let's go make it look better. Right. So right now, let's set up our loading file, a loading page, and then we already have this as well. So inside of our loading, we basically want a main tag as well. That's a mistake, right? We want a main tag, and then inside of it, we basically are going to have a paragraph that says loading, please wait a moment, right? So loading dash, we're going to have a line break, and then we say please wait a moment, right? We're also going to have we're going to have it styled so you can have that uh, as well. We want it to fill the screen, right? So we don't have any cutoff path. You go with min h screen, it fills the viewport of whichever device you are using. Min h screen, you have bg blue, right? Bg blue 50, that background, and then you have pt40. Hover on it, you're going to see what it's going to give you. pt40 10 rem. So basically Tailwind CSS uses a 4 unit convention. Yeah, a 4 unit convention. So 4 points is 1 rem. 4 points is 1 rem, right? And a rem is 16 pixels. So 4 Tailwind CSS points is 1 rem, and 1 rem is equals to 16 pixels, right? So when you say PT4, you're basically saying PT 16 pixels, right? Let me do it so you guys can see. You're basically saying PT 16 pixels. You can see it. So that's how Tailwind CSS works. You just need to understand the convention. So we have PGP already, we have text center, and we also want the grid text. So text grid 400. Guys, Tailwind CSS is awesome. We basically want similar stuff for like the 404 page, and then I guess this should do for us. So the next thing we're going to do is I think we should go test it out. Let's see how our loading page looks now. Let me save. Let's go back and let's try out the 404 again so we can have it loading. Forward slash first, so we can have just basically a page that does not exist, and then we get to see the loading. We get to see our new loading page first, right? Loading, please wait a moment, and then we get to see bam, our 404 is going to show up. But before our 404 show up, we have an error here, right? So our 404 showed up, but then let's go check out what the error is. We missed the h, right? It's supposed to mean to be supposed to be min h screen, not min screen. So that was why we were having that error. Let's go back to the home page now. Let's clean this out. Let's go back to the home page, right? And then from the home page, we come over again to a route that doesn't exist. So we can see the loading page properly, and then you see the loading, it works. It's awesome, guys. And then after the loading, we go straight to 404 because the page does not exist. Then we can navigate and go back home. So we have successfully implemented our loading for the root, and then we want to have loadings for these pages. We basically don't need loading files in there, right? We don't need loading files, but I just did it to show you guys that you can create custom loading pages for each of these routes, because you might want to use different skeletal representations for the loading state of those pages. So we basically are going to copy out the loading for this route, and then we're now going to customize them, right? So we copy everything here and then we paste, and then this is the update profile page. Loading, let's say loading profile to be to be updated, right? Loading profile to be updated. Please wait a moment. Then in this other page, we're going to do something similar, but then we're basically customizing it to look similar. So loading, uh, loading add profile page, right? Please wait a moment. So let's go try them out. Let's navigate to the add profile. Sorry, let's navigate to the. Let's check out, is our app running fine? Okay, our app is running fine. Let's go back to the add profile page. /add profile. Let's hope the loading page shows up first. Oh, the loading page does not show. I guess it's because it's a static page, right? I guess it's because it's a static page. I believe it's going to show up when we have something to delay the page. It might not show because the add profile page is always going to be a static page. So it might be so fast, but then just in case you really want to give your users the best experience, right? Basically it's going to be super fast because the page is going to be a static page. There's no data fetching. You just basically get the page loaded. But then let's still leave this out. It's going to work very beneficially for this update profile page, right? So we're basically done with our 404, with our loading, and then I've showed you guys how to use the layout page and the layout file and then the page file as well. All right, guys, we're making good progress. I want to introduce you guys to the concept of route grouping, right? So now, if you check this out, you have the update profile page, you have styles, you have add profile, and you have utils, and you guys can see something isn't right, right? Everything just seemed to be mixed up. So you don't want your pages to be mixed up with all of these other tools and stuff, right? So one thing you can do in Next.js 13 is to create a route group, right? So to create a route group, you basically create a folder and then you wrap the folder inside of parentheses. You wrap the name inside of parentheses. So we basically call this non-home route, right? Non-home routes, DES. Okay, so non-home routes, and inside of this non-home route, I'm going to take my add profile into it, right? And I'm equally going to take my update profile as well into it, right? So what we've basically done here, guys, what we've basically done here is we've been able to group these two non-home pages, the update profile page and the add profile page. All right, guys, you might be wondering if I want to go to the update profile page from the home page, is it not going to be slash non-home route slash add profile, right? Or non-home route slash, sorry, yeah, is it not going to be from the home slash non-home route slash update profile or slash non-home route slash add profile? That is not going to be the case. Why? Because this non-home route is basically a grouping, it's invisible. The essence of that is just for the user experience, not affecting the nature of your app, right? So you don't add this route, this grouping inside of parentheses. You don't add it to your routing. It's invisible, guys. It's just for the developer experience. Get it? To group your routes together. That's what it does in Next.js 13. So you go directly forward slash add home route, directly forward slash update profile without needing to add this route to it, right? So let's go back to our demo. Let me show you guys. If you go back to the demo, right, this is our demo, and you go to, let's go back to the home page. Okay, now we're back to the home page. So let's now go to the add profile page. So going to the add profile page, you're going to see it's not going to show us a 404, right? It went directly to the add profile page. Let's equally go to the update profile page. It's not going to give us a 404. It's not going to give us a 404. It's still going to work just fine, right? It's still going to work just fine. It's still going to lead us to the update profile route, proving to us that we don't need to add. You see, it's there already. It's there, guys. The update profile page is there. You don't need to add this non. You don't need to add a slash non-home route to it because this is invisible. So I hope you guys get that. Now, the next thing I want us to do is we are going to need Axios. Axios is we're going to need Axios for data for making requests to our server. We want to create a profile, we use Axios. We want to update the profile as well, we use Axios. But then when we want to fetch data, we are going to use fetch I'm going to explain to you guys why in just a bit. Right now, let's install Axios. So npm I Axios. I already have it installed, but I just want to show you guys how to do it. So ensure you are inside of this Next.js folder, which is our app folder, right? So basically, I am not initially I wasn't inside of the app folder. I was inside of the general project folder, right? Developer profiles project. I was inside of the general folder. It's already on GitHub. The link to the GitHub repository will be inside of the description of this video. So if you want to see the repository containing all of this code, guys, check out the video description. You find the link to the repository, go there, and you're going to see all the code. So this is basically the repository folder, but now I want to ensure that I'm inside of the Next.js client folder before I make any installation. So npm I Axios, right? So just run this command and then Axios will get installed for you. Like I said, I already have it installed. It should be pretty fast, right? So Axios have been installed. It was already installed, but for you guys, it's going to be fresh. So now I guess we are ready to begin copying components to come and paste. So we're going to go to our React.js build, the previous one we made with context API, right? This one, and we're going to copy components one by one and come and paste so we can customize for the next JS build, right? So before I do that, I want to now introduce you guys to the Next.js philosophy, the Next.js way of building things. Sorry, not just Next.js, the Next.js 13 philosophy, the Next.js 13 way of building web applications. So first of all, let's go back to eraser. Let's go to eraser.io, my board. So in this board, I basically have some illustrations to explain how things are to you guys, right? So guys, Next.js 13 have two types of components. In Next.js 13, there is the server component and then the client component, right? So every component, whether a page or component in Next.js 13 is a server component by default. So let's go back to the project. So now all of these files here, layout, loading, not found, page, and then every file here, as long as it is inside of the app router, this app directory, it is a server component by default, right? So every page, every component we've created already is a server component. That's the first thing to note. So Next.js 13, server components and client components. Every component, every page is server by default. So now, what are client components? Server components are components that are rendered on the server, and client components are components that are rendered on the browser, which is the client, right? So what is this server component, what is client component? Let's go to this article on Medium. It's a Medium article. Okay, so here is the article: server component versus client component. Next, just 13. See the author and see the publication, and you can zoom in and see the link, so you can copy the link and go check out the article, right? So basically, in this article, it talks about server components and client components. This is a very good, simple, briefly beautiful introduction to what server components and client components are. So basically, server components are components that are rendered on the server, right? So when you render a component on the server, everything the component does will be done on the server. Data fetching and any other related stuff will be done on the server, right? But then when you make a component to become a client component, those things will be done in the browser, and that can affect the time of loading, your speed time. So check this out: browser and then server. So if you are using client components, you're going to be doing a lot on the browser, which is going to cause your app to not perform as fast. It's going to cause your app to not perform as fast as it should perform, right? So you want to have as much server components as possible and then very few client components. So you are able to do a lot on the server and then you do just little stops on the browser. Okay. So the more server components you have, the more you perform stuff like data fetching inside of server components, the more performant your app will be, because those heavy lifting will be done on the server, and then just drop it's going to do the heavy lifting on the server and then drop only some necessary stuff for the browser to do, right? So you want to ensure you use as much server components as possible. This is what I just explained, right? You do some stuff on the server, installation, data fetching, you do them on the server, and then less work is done by the browser. I already explained this, right? Less work is done by the browser and your app is more performant. This is the case I explained. I also explained this, which is the initial case, right? You basically do everything on the client. Everything is a client component. Your browser is doing a lot of heavy lifting, and your app in this case will not be as performant as it will be in this case where you do some stuff on the server, right? Check out this illustration. This is a very beautiful illustration. So as you can see, right, before we come to this illustration, let me go back to my board on eraser.io. So I've introduced you guys to server components and client components, right? So server components are rendered on the server, components that are rendered on the server, and client components are rendered on the client. This component currently is a server component. Let's assume you're working here, and then this is the home page, right? This is the home page we are currently in. You fetch data here and you log it into the console. The data you logged into the console will not show inside of your browser console. It's not going to show inside of your browser console. Forget about this error in my console, guys. This error is coming from, I think it's coming from an extension. So when we build our app, it's not going to show. And equally, when we deploy our app, it's not going to show. I think it's Grammarly that is causing this, right? So forget about this error. All right, then. So when you log a data to a console, it's going to show in your terminal. It's not going to show in your browser. Why? Because it's a server component. So until this point, all our components are server components yet. How do you make a component to become a client component? You basically use the use client directive. You just do like this, and then your component automatically becomes a client component. Don't worry, I'm going to show you guys more of the rules, but this is basically how you convert a component into a client component. Just add this directive and you are good. So let's remove this, right? And then I've removed that. The next thing I want to continue explaining, right? So I've showed you guys how to convert into client components, and then I've basically done some good explanation. So now the problem is, how do I use client components and server components? Like I told you guys, Next.js thing, it is a new mindset thing. You just need to understand how to use these components and your app will be highly performant, right? So check out this component three. This is a three. This is an app. This is an app, right? This is a Next.js application, right? So inside of this application, you basically, this is your root, more like the root layout, and then these are the pages, right? So let's say this is the home page and this is the add profile page, just assuming in this case, right? So this is your app. This is not how our app looks, but I'm just using this as an example, right? So this is your context wrapper, and then this is the root of your app, and then your page and another page, and then some components. So this is what you should do when you are building with Next.js 13. You keep your client components at the tip of the component tree, right? So make as much use of server. Ensure you use server components as much as possible so that your components will be rendered mostly on the server, and a lot of heavy lifting will be done on the server, and then only few will be rendered on the client. So keep client components at the tip of only the at the edge of the component tree. That is where you should use client components. All this as much as not they are not fast rules, right? It will depend. The decisions you make will play out as you are building your app. You have to make decisions. You have to decide what to do, what not to do. All those things will play out as you are building the app. But this should be the philosophy you work with. This should be the mindset, right, guys? This should be the mindset you work with. Keep client components at the tip, right? So keep extracting keep client components extracted, so all the other components can become server component. Then only those little components will be client components. So this is the philosophy you should work with if you are building applications with Next.js 13. And then some pro tips for you guys, right? Use the fetch API, right? Number one, use the fetch API. So if you are building apps, you might want to use third-party libraries like React Query or HWR or Axios, right? Those are awesome third-party libraries for data fetching and other stuff. But then I plead with you, this is a pro tip, use fetch. Why? Because Next.js 13 is built around the fetch API, and Next.js 13 has a very powerful catching. It has a very powerfully, I mean, awesome catching. So if that catching is built around the fetch API, it helps you catch data and makes your app super performant. It's built around the fetch API in Next.js 13. So if you go about using third-party libraries like React Query or Axios, you are going to be on your own. right? You're going to be on your own. So you basically have to find a way to make your app performant on your own. But when you use the fetch API, you're depending on what Next.js have done. And I bet you guys, your app will be very, very super performant. Okay. So the next tip is for you to build with server component first. Use that approach, use that mindset. I've showed you guys over here already. So ensure just keep pushing your client components forward and forward. Okay, let's say you have a big component, a very large component, and then you have some extractions that you can make, and so that that component can become a server component. Go ahead, do those extractions, extract any part you need to extract to be a component on its own, so that the rest can become a server, and then that little part will become a client component. I'm going to show you guys the rules. I'm going to show you guys the rules for making server and client components shortly. But meanwhile, let's proceed. Let me finish with the tips. So build with a server component mindset, right? So server component first, and then client components can remain at the tip. And then if the component tree is not deep, right, use fetch, use the fetch API, fetch your data inside the parent component and pass to the children component as props, right? So the parent component should be server component, and then you pass the data to the children component as props. That is if the component tree is not deep. But if the component tree is deep, you fetch your data. Remember, use the fetch API, fetch your data inside of individual children components. Okay. According to the Next.js docs, when you perform data fetching inside of children components, there will be no performance drawback. There will be no performance drawbacks. Why? Because Next.js has a very powerful caching, like I said. So even though you are fetching the same data inside of different components, the caching is going to help to ensure the app still remains performant. So if your component tree is deep, fetch your data with the fetch API inside of the individual components. This might not be perfect for bigger applications like I wrote here, but then please, as much as possible, do this to ensure you use server components and you don't use client components, right? All right, guys. Let me just give a recap of basically what I've discussed, and then I'll add some other stuffs, right? So basically, right, just get this, guys, get this. Next.js 13 is introducing us to a new way of doing things. It's a new paradigm. That's just the word. It's a new philosophy. It's bringing into the web development ecosystem, right? So you just need to understand that when using Next.js 13, you need to think differently. You need to have a mindset while building with Next.js 13, and that's the mindset I'm trying to help you pick from this section, particularly, especially of the tutorial. I did that all through the tutorial, but I mean, this section is just very crucial, right? So basically, number one, coming to this graphic here, basically, right, please ensure that you use as much server components as possible, right? So let me quickly take you guys to the docs and show you guys what you can do with server components and what you cannot do with server components. So let's go here, right? So if you come over to the docs, ensure you are on the app router docs, right? Ensure you're on the app router docs. So when you come over to the docs, the docs is currently available in app router and the pages router, right? The pages router is for version 12 and probably previous versions. So the app router is for version 13, which is what we are using. But the summary of things says whenever you land on these docs, ensure you are on the app router version of the docs. I guess I've related all of this earlier. Right, guys? So basically, this is a summary of the definition of client components and server components. So this table here tells you what makes a component, what renders a server component invalid. Hence, you need to use client components, right? So basically, it tells you when a component should be server and when it should be client, right? So as you can see, if you want to fetch data, you use a server component. Any of these things use a server component. Now, the client component is where you need to pay some good attention when you are using interactivity and event listeners, right? Click on change and those event listeners. And when you are using React lifecycle methods, and you get use effects, use state, use context, right? When you are doing these things, you have to use client component, right? So basically, these are the conditions that enable, sorry, these are the conditions that demand that you convert your component to a client component. And then while doing this, it is recommended that you ensure your components, I mean, while doing any of these first four things, right, you ensure that your components are server components, right? So let me go over to the docs again and show you where it was stated, right? Where it was stated that you should, where it was recommended that you could fetch data where it is needed. So come over to the docs, come to data fetching, and then come to data fetching patterns, right? You're going to see this section. Going back to my board on Eraser, I talked about it over here where I said if the component tree is deep, perform data fetching inside of the individual child components, right? So over here, I said according to the Next.js docs, there will be no performance bottlenecks, right? The Next.js docs didn't clearly state that there will be no performance bottlenecks, right? All they stated, which I want to show you guys now, is that you shouldn't bother, right? So it says if you need to use the same data, e.g. current user in multiple components in a tree, you do not have to fetch globally no forward protruding components. So you can instead you can use fetch, right? Without worrying. So I believe we are basically saying the same thing, right? So I believe by saying without worrying, they're assuring me that there will be no performance bottlenecks, right? So but since they didn't clearly state it here, I just wanted to ensure that I clarify things so it will not be like I'm contradicting the docs. But I guess we're basically saying the same thing. So if your component tree is not deep, like I said here, right, ensure you it's not compulsory. If your component tree is not deep, like I said in the third point here, fetch data inside of the parent, which probably should be the home component, and then pass to the children, right? Basically, just get this concept. If it is not deep, you can fetch the component and pass to the child of that component, or you can fetch from the page and pass to and pass through the component if the tree is not deep. But in case the tree is deep, it is recommended that you go to that component that needs the data and fetch, right? Next.js will memorize the data, and even though you are fetching the same data a number of times, they are telling you from the docs, they are saying you shouldn't bother, right? So that is one reason why you should use fetch, which is the number one point I stated. Please use the fetch API because the power of Next.js caching and memorization is built around the fetch API. If you go about using third-party data fetching libraries like React Query, SWR, or whichever, you might not get the optimized fullness that will guarantee you the performance benefits that the fetch API will give you, right? So basically, stick to fetch. So guys, these are just some tips I have for you guys. I've talked again and again. Please get this. If you get these things at the back of your mind when building Next.js 13 applications, you will be able to streamline your build to go with these principles, and then you'll be able to get the performance best out of Next.js 13. But if you don't know these things and you go building like React, just enjoying the freedom of using hooks like use effect, use state anywhere, just using that freedom of React. If you do that in Next.js 13, you won't get the best. So you just need to understand these new paradigms that Next.js 13 is introducing. When you understand them and it's basically at the back of your mind, I believe you do awesome with Next.js 13. All right, guys. So I think to wrap this up, let me just give you guys a deeper illustration of the component thing, right? So basically, this is a very practical layout of how it should be. So while you are building, right, while you are building, ensure you keep extracting components. Whenever you want to build a component, ask yourself, is there a way I can make this component a server component? If it's possible, good. You push client components deeper, make this component a server component. You remove the React lifecycle methods like use state, use effect, or whatever, push them further, right? You go to the next. Is there a way I can make this a server component? Yes, good. You push the client component further. So basically, keep doing those extractions, right? Keep extracting and extracting until the larger part of your pages, right, of until the larger part of the different components on your various pages are server components. So as you can see here, the extraction was continued until only this search bar, which probably had an unchanged event, right? So it was only this search bar, that tiny component, right, that is now made a client component. And then over here, it was only the button probably having an on click, right, that was made the client component. So this is how you keep extracting, keep pushing the client components deeper and deeper until the larger part of your components are server components. Hence, they'll be rendered on the server, and then less component to be rendered on the client, which makes your app do much of the heavy lifting on the server. Hence, the browser does less work and your apps are more performant. Get this, guys, get this, and you build blazing fast apps with Next.js 13. I'm already showing you guys practically how to do so. So very soon we'll go back to the build and then we'll continue as we build on this mindset, on this paradigm. We'll build on this philosophy. We'll brainstorm together while I'm showing you guys how to use Next.js 13 the right way. Right, guys? So I guess this will do. So, guys, I guess this will do. Let's go back to our build now. All right, guys. So now let's go. Let's begin copying components from the previous React.js build. So we can now begin building the landing page. We build the landing page, then we go build the update profile page before we now finally finish up with the add profile page. All right, guys. So we'll go copy from the previous build, which is the React Context API build. So guys, if you want to see how we progressed from the HTML build, you want to see how we built all the UI from scratch with Tailwind CSS and everything, right? If you want to see everything, check the HTML build. You want to see how we converted to JSX and got into the world of React, check this build. You want to see Context API, check this build. So guys, just look out into this series in case you really want to grasp uh the whole build progress of everything from scratch, right? So basically, if you really want to solidify your knowledge as a full stack engineer, this series will help you, right? This series will help you become uh, a better junior full stack developer. I assure you, beyond measure, right? So let's go back to the build. And over here, we'll start by copying out the home page, of course. So we go over, let's go back to the home page, right? Basically, we'll just go and copy stuff from the previous homepage and then we'll come and paste and then we'll update things so it will suit Next.js, right? So let me go back. Let's scroll down. This is the build we're copying from, right? So we'll come over here first. We'll start with pages. So this is the home page. I basically copy everything, right? I basically copy everything and then I go over here. This is now the home page and then I basically paste everything, right? So I already showed you guys what you can do inside of client components and what you can do inside of server components, right? So basically, I think it would be a good idea if we just make all our components client components before we now keep converting them to server components as the need arises, right? So remember, our mission is to ensure our components are server components first. We keep building server components first as deep into the tree as possible. When we can't help it, right, then we now bring in client components. But for now, let me just flag this as a client component so Next.js will not throw an error. So let's go as well. Let's go back here. Let's go as well. Let's copy the components folder, right? We need the components folder and then we also need the context folder. So we'll just basically copy them together. So let me just copy them both and then let me come over here still in the root of our project. I paste both of them. So we now have the components folder here and we equally have the context folder. So we have our landing page. Let's see. There seem to be no error in the landing page. Let's go first to the context, right? Here we are inside of the context. Let's equally flag it as a client component because we are using use state here. Remember, let's go back to the docs. Let's go back to the docs over here. No, this it says so whenever you're using use state and this kind of React stuffs, you you automatically can do that inside of server component. So you do it, you flag the component as a client component. So we're using use state and I think create context as well should render it invalid for server component. So let's flag it up as client component, right? So just using this client component flag makes Next.js to understand that this is a client component. So let's equally go inside all of the components and flag them as well as client component, right? So just so we don't get any errors, let's do same here as well. Don't worry, I'm going to explain what is actually happening inside each of these files we just copied. I'm going to explain everything to you guys. Right, so I'm basically going to explain everything to you guys. Okay, let's do the same here as well. Let's flag this as client. Right, use client, and then equally this page is actually, it still has some React kind of stuffs in it. So let's just comment this the whole of this page out for now. Right, so now let's go back to the home page. Let's go back to the main index page, and basically what is happening on this page is, as you can see, is React based, right? These are React stuffs, the imports, and so these are just React stuffs, and then we're getting this variables and logic, right? We're getting them from the context API. Sorry, from the context. Let's go back to the context. So this is the context, and over here we have some state setting, and you see we have some logic, right? The handle delete profile function is here. Going back to the demo. So coming back to the demo, this logic, right? When you finally hit delete, right? This logic, that is what is actually inside of the context. So let me close the terminal. The context basically contains, right? I believe, I guess I've said this earlier, coming to a Next.js stating course definitely should imply that you have an idea of React already. It's not wise to come learning Next.js stating if you don't know React already, right? So I guess you understand what context API is already. In case you don't, that's fine. Context API basically, it's so this is the context, right? And then this context is basically powered by an API in React called the context API. And what the context API basically does is that it helps you write logic, and then you wrap your whole app with that logic, with the variables, functions, and so it basically helps you not to keep passing prop from parent to child, right? From parent to children, right? You just have a a central location, which is this context, and then you can receive data, whether variables or logic, into components directly without passing through their parents. See, guys, I mean, I did so much work. I tore down context API in this tutorial. So if you really want to learn what context API is, please check out this tutorial, right? So basically, this is the context, and then inside of the context, let's go back to the home page. So basically, we are receiving all of this logic from the home page, right? Sorry, from the context, and then we are using use effect to set our title. We could have used React element to do this, but then this is the method we went with, and then we are fetching our data, and then we are basically doing some other stuffs, and then this is the UI for the page, right? So because we are using context API, there was no need to pass props to these children, right? So that's it for the landing page, and I guess that's it for the context as well. Going to the updates, yeah, this one is commented for now, right? We don't need this component for the home page, so it can just be there for now. So coming to the profile card wrapper, the profile card wrapper is basically this, right? Basically this wrapper here, this wrapper, there's a wrapper that wraps these cards together. I guess I should show you guys. Let me inspect. So basically, there's a wrapper wrapping those cards together. Let's go to the console. Sorry, elements here. So you can see profile card wrapper. Let me expand so you can get. So profile card wrapper is basically a wrapper wrapping these cards around, right? So that is what this component is all about. We received data, and then we mapped into our data and duplicated our card. And then this is now the profile card, right? So where we got the data and then we made use of it, right? So going back to this is finally the nav bar. This is the nav bar, right? So basically, this is what we have at the moment, and I guess we are good. I guess we are good. So let's clean out some React stuff that we need to clean. So basically, let's start from here. You can see we have an issue. It's importing link from React Router DOM, and we can't use. We don't need React Router DOM React Router DOM is for routing. I believe you know we don't need React Router DOM in Next.js. Next.js gives us a custom link component. So we basically get the link component, right? The Next.js link component from next/link, and then we go over to where. All right, so the names are still link, right? So we basically don't need to change the name of the component, but then this two here is no longer going to be two. In Next.js, you use href. So basically, this is how you use links in Next.js, whether 12 or 13, right? 12 is a little different, but in version 13, this is how you use links, right? So we have knocked out that React kind of stuff in this component. Let's now go over here. Let's see profile card. Yeah, we're using link as well. So we basically remove this as well, right? So we come here and we import link, right? We import link from next/link. Good, and then we basically go and we do the same thing. So it's not going to be to, it's going to be href, right, guys? So this is how you use links inside of Next.js 13. And then we also have an error here, right? This error is saying it's basically telling us that this isn't the best option to go with, right? This you can do this in React, right? It works, but then Next.js gives us an image component that helps us to optimize images, right? So we import the image component as well, right? Image from next/image. Then we come here, we now replace the image, this img tag, replace it with the image component, right, guys? We basically replace it with image component, and the errors are gone, right? Yeah, the errors seem to be gone. Do we have any other React kind of stuff to knock out? I don't think so. So basically, this link is going to the update profile page. We have not gotten up to that yet. We just attach the route and we add the ID, right? So we just attach the route and then we add the ID, giving us a dynamic route, right? So and then let's check out profile card wrapper if we have any React kind of stuff. I don't think we have any React kind of stuff. Let's go to update profile. Okay, this, like I said, is going to be commented for now, right? So I guess we are doing good. Uh, let's go back to our homepage. Let's see. So if the imports are okay, our homepage should work just fine, right? If the imports are okay, our homepage should work just fine. So use context Axios. So we're getting profile card wrapper from this components folder, right? So the import is good. From here, or the import is not correct. So we just need one dot right over here as well. We need just one dot, right? Because we're basically going into component, right? And going into context. We're not going out of, right? So this as well, we do the same. So I guess this is now okay. From the home page, let's go to the update profile page. We're not making any imports. Yeah, this is correct. We are going out, so this is correct. This is also correct, right? Let's see this. Let's scroll. This is correct, right? Yeah, this is also correct. We're picking this image, right? This image, right, is basically the delete icon image on the demo here. So I guess we are good. So all right, guys, let's check our home context. Let's check update profile. Yeah, we don't need this. Why do I keep use client, use client, use client? Uh, we made a mistake here. It's supposed to be use client, not client component, right? So let's correct it. Use client, right? So let's check out what's happening in our console. We're currently having an error, and the error is happening on the 11th line, right? We're currently having an error. All right, guys. So we are currently having this error in our homepage, right? It's coming from our homepage, right? So it's showing us that it's coming from the 11th line of our homepage. So let's go check out the homepage. So as you can see, the 11th line is exactly where it's coming from, telling us it can't find show overlay, that show overlay is undefined. And the reason is because it basically cannot understand our context, our use context. And the reason is simply because we have not wrapped our app with our use context yet. That's simply the reason why it's having issues with our context API. So let's go to our layout, right? Which is the entry point for our app. And then we wrap our app with our context provider. So let's import uh, home context provider, right? We want to import home context provider and then we wrap our app with our home context provider. We want to, in the Next.js docs, they recommended that when using a context provider, you wrap just exactly the component. You don't wrap the HTML, you don't wrap the body, you wrap just exactly what you want, right? So I guess it would be fine if I wrap the main, but then I want to go the extra mile to wrap not the main. I want to go the extra mile to wrap just the children components. So let's go and we'll bring in a home context provider, right? We'll bring in home context provider, right? So and then yep, Code Whisperer is helping us. So I'm going to make a video about Code Whisperer, showing you guys how to use it. Code Whisperer is a replacement for, yeah, is a good alternative to Code Pilot. And Code Whisperer, the individual plan is free. So guys, I'm going to make a video about that so you guys can see. So you can't miss such a video. Hit the like button, hit subscribe, opt in for notifications so you don't miss any of the videos that I'm going to be releasing on the channel. So now we have added the home context provider. Our app should work just fine now, like you guys can see. Let's go back to our home page and let's save. Our app should work just fine. Now let's go back to our demo and let's see what we have. You guys can see, bam, I mean, it's here. They're all here, right? They're all here. Okay, so what do we have? Our data is loading. Yeah, the API is connected. The home, yeah, it has loaded. Right, guys? This is our demo, guys. This is our demo loading what looks just like this, right? It's a little different. I'm going to fix everything so it's going to look exact, right? So these are demo, and then this is the home page. So we basically copy the whole code coming from the home page into our demo, and it looks a little different. Yeah, it looks a little different, but then it's fine, right? So this is our demo, and then this is what we have. So we already have an Unito Sans font coming in, but inside of our demo, we have poppins, 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 and this is poppins too, poppins here. So let's go get that done, right? Yeah, some difference, but then it's fine. Okay, we don't need to go make any update on the UI because of those little differences. First of all, before I go set up those fonts, let me give you guys a tour of what's on the landing page, right? So we are basically importing this logic. On the landing page we have an overlay. So let's see if it works. Good, we have a beautiful overlay on the landing page. So when you click this overlay, it shows. So we are importing the logic from our context. So let's go back to, I'm coming, let me close up a lot of the stuff in here. I guess I need to close my sidebar as well so I can get enough space for you guys, right? So I guess we're making progress. Don't worry, guys. Gradually, I'm going to show you guys. We're going to set things up with the Next.js mindset, the Next.js philosophy I showed you guys. We're going to set things up, and then I'm going to adopt everything, setting up everything to suit the Next.js build philosophy. Next.js 13, right? Not just Next.js, Next.js 13. So I don't need this for now. We can close this. We can equally close this. We want that page, and then we want that context as well, right? So come on, okay. So I guess I can now close the sidebar so I have enough space for you guys. So now this is our page, and then this is our, oh gosh, this is not what I want. I want the home page, not that, right? I don't need this. Let's go to our context now. Good. So let me close this. So this is our homepage, and we currently have the data coming in, and this is what we have on our homepage currently. So going back here, we got this logic from the context, right? We got the logic, the show value logic. It basically shows our value, hides it. So guys, if you want to see how we build all of these things, please check out the React.js build. I've emphasized this, I guess. I'm doing it too much already, right? So check out the React build. You get to see how this tutorial I really explained context API. I was patient. I explained it so much. So check out this build if you want to learn context API. And then this build is for the React build, right? It's massive, over 5 hours. I explained React in so much detail. So if you want to see how we build those things out, you check out the React.js build. So I really don't need to explain a lot of this stuff if you are coming, if you already understand React, which I believe you already do. So I believe you already understand React. I don't know if you understand Context API, but then in case you don't understand, check out those tutorials in this series. Here you learn React even more because by watching the Next.js tutorial, which you're currently doing, I assume you already understand React, right? But in case you don't understand React so much, this tutorial will help you so much. And then you're going to see exactly how we build everything we are using inside of our demo currently. So exactly how we built all of these things. So that's one beautiful reason why you really need to check out this React tutorial. And then you get to see how we built the context API logic and everything as well inside of this context API build, right? Let's go back to our demo. So here is our demo, and then this is basically our context, all the logic, and then we exported all the logic, and then inside of our page, we got the logic we needed on the home page, and then we did our implementation. These are UI, this is the nav bar, this is the profile card wrapper, which wraps all the profile cards. If you go to the profile card wrapper, it's basically a component that it is the component that we fetch that data inside, and then we passed as prop to our card component. So it's basically this the wrapper for all of this, right? It's the wrapper for all of this. Okay, so now over here, these are profile cards component. We don't need this for now. Let's, this shouldn't be a disadvantage, right? So probably you're watching this tutorial and you really wanted to see everything built from scratch. Please, just check out this tutorial. Check out the other tutorials in the series. But then this should not be a disadvantage. Why? Because it's going to make us go straight to the point. You are going to now be able to understand the Next.js part, which is the part I really want you to understand. By using this tutorial, you already understand React, right? Use state, use effect, and all of those stuff. So now the main goal of this tutorial is to get you to grasp the Next.js 13 philosophy of using client components and server components the right way. So by just copying these stuffs and pasting, it enables us to go straight to the point. So we can be able to brainstorm together and see how we can be able to set up this application to suit the Next.js 13 philosophy so we can get all the performance benefits from the app, right? If you check out our demo is super fast as well. This is our demo. Let me refresh. It's them fast as well, right? It's super fast. You can see, come on, see how the data fetched. See the data fetching. It was fast, right? So our demo is cool as well, guys. It's very cool. So that was because I did so much. I did my best to ensure I followed the Next.js philosophy, the Next.js 13 philosophy, and I was able to extract so much performance from the build. So I want to show you guys how to do the same in this build. So here we are back to our app. Now this is the component. I don't need this. I've showed you guys through the context already, right? Basically some logic, and then we exported the logic, and then we used inside of all the components that we needed to use. In case you don't understand Context API is basically a way to help you not to pass props. So let's assume your component tree is deep. You have four components down, right? Four branches down. So you don't need to keep passing props from the parent to the first to the second to the final branch to the third, sorry, and then the final branch, which is the fourth. That's about five different points on the component tree. The first, and then the four components, the four branches going down until the last component. I mean, you don't want to pass props 5 times or how many times. So instead of passing props, you have a wrapper where you do all your logic, and then let's go to the nav bar. Inside of the nav bar, you get to see how we received these things we needed. We received them directly from the home context without passing props from the parent. I did so much explanation of this inside of this context API video, guys. Please check out the videos. Let's go back to the build so we can focus now. So these are context, and then we have our home page as well. Sorry, that was the nav bar, right? So this is the context, and then I guess I'm done explaining this. We now have the landing page. So coming to the landing page, we have a use effect, and inside of this use effect, we were able to define our title. You could have done this with React Helmet, right? We were able to define our title. This is how we did it in our React build. We didn't use React Helmet. React Helmet is another good option, but then this is what we did, and it worked. If you check out our page, you're going to see the title is still working, right? The title is working. It's working. You can see it has a title because use effect works inside of Next.js 13. So you can use 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 effect to define your title inside of Next.js 13 as well, But that is very, very bad practice because that might mean you have to use a use effect, which now makes your parent component, your page, to be a client component, and that's bad. So we don't want to do this inside of use effect. So we're already doing the Next.js 13 thing. We don't want that inside of here. We have removed it. We're having an error. Okay, sorry, we need to remove this as well. We need this out as well. So are we still having an error? Oh gosh, my bad, guys. Uh, I'm coming. Let me bring back all the code. We need to remove everything, right? We need to take out everything. So that use effect is gone. We don't need that use effect anymore. So we have this use effect fetching our data. We need this. I'm going to explain why. I'm going to show you guys how we can maximize. We can how we can enjoy we are going to use the server component, but then we are still going to use the use effect. I'm going to show you guys how to bypass that. So we basically have the UI, and that is it about the landing page, right? So our landing page is working fine. I want us to make an update in our component, so it's going to look exactly like the demo. Let's go to, we have profile card wrapper, and then inside of profile card wrapper, we mapped through our data, and then we add profile card. So let's go to profile card, and then we have P4. We have 16 pixel round. Sorry, we have the 16 pixel padding round. I think let's make this 20 P5, right? P5 should be 20 pixel padding. So yeah, good. Let's save, and then let's go and see what padding we now have around the demo. Okay, good. I think the padding now looks more like what we have on the demo, right? Even though it still looks a little different, but then it's fine. So let's go and make sure our fonts are working. Inside profile card, we have poppins, right? We should have poppins somewhere. Font bold text center. Okay, we don't have poppins here. So we should add the poppins font here so this can become bold. Remember our font setup. Now all we need to do is just to call classes. If you were to use the native Next.js 30 method, you need to convert this whole class line to JavaScript, right? Bring in the curly braces and all of this stuff, bring in the string literals. But then this is how beautiful this uh, CSS variable method is. You just declare the variable inside of your font setup, you call it inside of HTML, you wrap everything around your app, and then you go call classes. So once we call poppins, you guys are going to see this is going to change. This V and this bold letters, they're going to change to the poppins font once we call poppins over there. So let's go back to our build. It should go bigger. You can see they have gotten bigger, right, guys? So it's now looking more like a demo. The next thing we're going to do, we're going to call poppins on this as well. So we have the name, right? The name, full name. So we call poppins here as well, right? It's also going to adjust to poppins font. Good, great. On the website and the email as well, we call poppins, right, guys? So let's go down. Website and email, we call poppins as well. And this is for email, and then website we call poppins as well. So this is the beauty of the font setup we took time to do earlier, right? So it's going to look so much more like our demo now. So come over here, you guys can see even though the font seem bigger in our build, it's absolutely fine. Now we want to come and update this as well, and this to be poppins. Oh, sorry, go back. Let's go back to our build. um we go into the nav bar, right? So inside of the nav bar, we want to update this text. We want this text to be poppins like this, and then this as well. We update the text. So inside of our nav bar, we have this. So here should be poppins as well, and then down here it should be poppins as well, right? Good. So we have it, and then let's check out what we have now. Good. It's poppins, and this, let's leave this like this. So our build is looking so much, guys, so much like our demo currently, and this is beautiful. So we have successfully implemented the landing page. We are fetching data. Now let's do some Next.js 13 thinking. This is the beauty of this tutorial, guys, is to teach you how to use Next.js 13 the right way. So let's go back to our build, and now let's begin to do the Next.js 13 kind of thinking. Going back to the tutorial, to the article I showed you guys earlier, to work with Next.js 13, the goal, coming back as well, I'm coming, let me drag this close to this illustration. So coming to this illustration, right, you ensure you keep your components down the tree, right? You ensure you keep your components, you ensure you keep your client components rather, keep client components down the tree as much as possible. It must not be here. It depends on the turnout, the way things turn out in your app. The level of your client components is not compulsorily supposed to be at the third generation level, or depends on how things turn out in your app. But the goal, the mission should be push your client components to the tip, down to the tip as much as possible, so that most of your components are going to be rendered as server components on the server, which will improve the performance of your app, especially components that you are fetching data in. Don't fetch data inside of client components. Please and please and please don't fetch data inside of client components, because that means your data is not going to be fetched on the server, which is really going to affect the performance of your application, right? So before I go into the build first to begin to implement something, let's go back to the demo. In the demo, I intentionally did something in the demo. Let me show you guys the console first of all. You guys will see that that error that is currently showing is not in my own, right? So it's that error that is currently showing in my local build is not here. Let me inspect, right? You guys will see there's an error. I explained earlier that it's basically because of an extension, right? I think it's Grammarly extension on my browser that is causing this, so don't bother about this. So as you can see from the demo, it's not there. So our demo is fine. All right, guys, our demo is fine, but I wanted to show you guys something. I intentionally did something inside of this demo. Let me refresh so you guys can see. I did two data fetching inside of this demo. I did data fetching on a client component and I did data fetching on a server component, right? Don't worry, I'm going to show you guys things practically so that you guys will get to see the speed difference of fetching data in a server component and the speed difference of fetching data in the client component. Let me reload that so you guys can see. So two data is being fetched twice inside of this homepage. We are going to implement it. You guys will see when I refresh. You guys will get to see this is the server component data, and the moment this disappears, that is when the client component data comes in. So let me reload. This is server component data, and now is client component data. So you guys can see the performance difference of loading data on, of fetching data on a server in a server component, and fetching data, yeah, in a server component on the server, and on and in a client component on the client. There are performance differences. Let me do it one more time, guys. So the first, this is data from the server, and then now the moment this disappears, that is when data for the client component comes in. So this is just how performant fetching data on the server is compared to fetching data on the client. So that was because of it. I did multiple data fetching on this homepage because of the fact that don't worry, I'm going to show you guys. So basically, you guys just need to adopt this new mentality of building applications with Next.js 13. I believe by the end of this tutorial, you would have really understood that mentality, and you'll be a pro at building applications the right way with Next.js 13. So we have our homepage working just fine. Now let's begin to implement the Next.js 13 way of thinking. So go back to the homepage. All right, guys. So the question remains, what do we do to convert this homepage into a server component so we can keep pushing client components down the component tree? So first things first, what brought the use effect here? The use effect came in here because we needed to fetch data. Then uh, we needed to fetch data, and then all of these other stuff came in here because we needed them inside of this other component, right? So we needed show overlay. Show overlay is coming from home context, right? So we needed show overlay from home context. We needed some of this other data to use inside other components. So now let's start implementing our Next.js way of thinking. We can extract this into another different component on its own, right? So let's call it this component, let's call it home overlay, right? So we go inside of this components folder. I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to call it home overlay.jsx. So that is basically the overlay that I'm extracting from this home page. I'm going to extract the overlay completely. So the overlay is going to be a component on its own, and then I'll extract the logic that I need for the overlay. So I won't have to use the use context inside of this component, right? So that's basically Next.js way of thinking that we're implementing here already. So let's extract this, right? And then inside of the home overlay, so IFCE, let's get our boilerplate, and then we can paste everything here, right? So good, we have pasted this. We need handle delete profile, we need handle hide overlay, and then we need show overlay, right? So I guess those are the three things we need from here. So we're going to import use context, right? Use context from React. Yeah, import use context from React, and then equally we're going to import home context, right, from our context. We're going to import home context from our context, and then down over here we're going to destructure the logic we need, right? We're going to say const, and then with the structure we need show overlay, and then we also need handle what? We need show overlay, handle delete profile, and handle hide overlay, right? Handle delete profile, handle hide overlay. That's all we need. Okay, so Code Whisperer is giving us some suggestions here. I clicked accept. Oh gosh. Sorry, I don't want the suggestions. We need handle height overlay, right? And then we also need handle show overlay. Handle, sorry, we need handle delete profile, not handle show overlay. So we are destructuring this from use context, right? We're destructuring them from our home context, right, guys? So this is basically us getting data we need from our home context into this component. So now we can go back to our home page, and we can import that home overlay directly into this place, right? So we can import home overlay directly into this place. It's here. Oh gosh, home overlay, right? So let's go import it. Use context, right? So let's import it. Uh, Gosh, I wonder why. Okay, so let's go with that suggestion. It's correct. So we have our home overlay. Let's save. So we can copy out this comment from here. We don't need it any longer. So this is what we have. We have extracted some stuff just in a bit to make our home page a server component. Let's go to the home overlay. Let's add this comment, right? For us to do that, we basically need to bring in a fragment, and then we take this up, and then after taking it up, we can now add the comment. But then let's just do it. Then let's do it. Sorry, Control Z. I need to go copy that back. Right, Control Z, and then Control X, we go back into our home overlay, then I can paste it there, right? So it's working fine. Initially, I was pasting it inside of JavaScript when I should paste it inside of JSX. So we have our home overlay working just fine, and inside of the landing page, it should be working just fine as well, same as though nothing happened. Let's go back to our build rather. Let's go back to our build and check it out. You see, everything is still working just fine, right? Everything is working fine. The overlay still works as though nothing happened. So that is basically us beginning to extract stuff from the home page. So you can see we have already extracted this. We don't need this. We equally don't need this as well. So we are doing the extraction already. What else can we extract? What else can we extract from here? All right. So as you can see, we don't need any of this logic or variables or whatever. We don't need them inside of any of these components. We just need them inside of this use effect. All right, guys. Basically, what this use effect does is that the use effect fetches data, right? This is the URL to the API, right? It fetches data and sorry to the endpoint on the API. It fetches data, and then we have this cleanup function. I'm going to explain what the cleanup function does. So we have our data fetched and passed to the context. You see, we are receiving set profiles data from the context, right? We're receiving it from the context. So when we fetch our data, we pass it back to the context. When we pass it back to the context, the data can then be available globally for any other component that needs it, right? That's basically the I call it back pass. That's the back part stuff we did here. So you fetch your data and pass it back to the context. Okay, so you have your use effect on the home page, and that enables your page to not malfunction. We don't want to have this use effect inside of the context or inside of any other uh, child component. So we have it inside here. We fetch data, then we pass the data to the context so the data can be available for all the children there. And then we have this cleanup function, right? So basically, what this cleanup function does is we have this is profile deleted variable which causes our use effect to run again. So let's go to the context. Let me show you guys the delete profile logic. So this is the handle delete profile. This is delete profile logic. So the first thing that happens inside of this delete profile logic is that our overlay is hidden. That's number one. Then our profile is deleted. After the profile is deleted, we set its profile deleted to true. Initially, its profile deleted is false. See it here, it's set to false. But the moment its profile deleted changes to true, since it is a dependency on our use effect, it causes our use effect to run again, which then updates our data, right? So let's do it. The moment we delete a profile, overlay gets hidden, and then it's going to cause our use effect to run, which updates our data after the profile is successfully deleted. And then once that use effect run, this the delete profile function has set our use effect to true, which makes it sets this variable to true, which causes the use effect to run. But then this variable is still true. So when we delete another profile, let's go and do it so that you guys can see. If we leave that variable, don't worry, I'm not going to do it. Check out the once again, guys, once again, check out this build. You guys are going to see everything. So if we leave that variable at true, if we delete another profile, it's not going to change to false to cause use effect to run again. So we needed to set a cleanup function inside of our use effect. Let's go here. So that is the essence of this cleanup function. Sorry, this cleanup return. So this cleanup is basically a function. The cleanup function sets is validated back to false, right? So that it can be there available for the next delete to change it to true, cause our use effect again to run, and then our use effect changes it back to false, and then that's how the cycle continue, right? Beautiful logic there, beautiful logic. So much value in this tutorial, guys. So that is basically all about this use effect. We can extract this use effect from here. Why? So that we can be able to successfully make this a server component. Okay, so we want to now extract this use effect into, you see, this is basically what I said earlier. The decisions you make when building with Next.js will play out depending on the nature of your app, right? Depending on the demands of your app. So there are no fast rules, but all you need to do is understand the philosophy, understand the paradigm, the mindset that Next.js 13 is introducing, right? So once you understand that, you now be able to make the proper decisions as you are building your app. So we already have the understanding, and now we want to extract this use effect into another component. Why? So that we can be able to fetch data from the server inside of this component. Good. I need to explain something very clearly here, guys. That was the reason why in the demo I did data fetching twice. This tutorial is basically to teach you how to use Next.js 13 so that you can get the best performance benefit from it. I'm going to take my time, guys. I'm going to take my time to give you guys as much value. So good. There was no way, if we want to fetch data inside of a server component, right? That data must use the fetch API. It must not use the fetch API. We can use a third-party library. But the problem is we must have a use effect for this delete functionality to work, right? We need the use effect to run after every delete. So the use effect is compulsory. We must use a use effect to fetch this data. Okay, guys. So this is now us having to make hard decisions because of the nature of our app. So if our app was just a page where, if this homepage was just a page where we fetch data and then we don't need to update the data, it's as simple. We can just do it inside of a server component and we proceed, right? And we forget about use effect and we automatically have a server component and our app is more performant. But then the nature of our app demands that we have a use effect which must run after every profile is deleted. And you cannot have a use effect inside of server component. Let's go back to the docs. You cannot have use effect inside of a server component, guys. So what then do we do? So the logic I came up with is a very brilliant logic. We are going to extract this use effect into the profile card wrapper. That is the wrapper that wraps all of our components. There's a profile card wrapper here. Let me show you guys. Uh, let's open the developer tools so I can show you guys the profile card wrapper. So you guys can see this. It's here. You guys can see it. So we are going to extract the use effect inside of this profile card wrapper so that we're going to have that use effect fetching our data there, and then whenever we delete, yeah, it's going to handle the updating of our data as well. So when we extract the use effect into that component, we'll now be able to have this we will now be able to have this our homepage component as a server component, and then we'll now be able to fetch our data again inside of this our homepage as a server component. So we basically have two data coming in. We have one data fetching happening inside of profile card wrapper, and then we're now going to have another data fetching happening inside of our home page, which contains profile card wrapper, right? Profile card wrapper is here. So the home page contains profile card wrapper. Profile card wrapper will fetch the data served to the component when the client's data is available. Then we'll fetch the server data, which will come first before the client data, and we pass it again as props. So while there is a data fetching happening already inside the profile card wrapper, we're going to have another data coming from the server. This data is going to be client data because we are using use effect. It's going to be slower. So we have another data. We can leave it like this. It works fine. You can deliver this to the client. You can deliver this and ship to production, but then you want that Next.js server component performance, right? So that is why we are doing this brainstorm session, guys. That is why. So we're going to have this data fetching happening inside of the profile card wrapper, and then we are going to fetch server data because we are now going to have this as a server component. We fetch server data, and we pass the server data as props again to our profile card wrapper. So when we pass it as prop, we are going to pass the server data first into the component, and we're going to use a condition to say when the client data is now ready, replace the client data with the server data, so that because we cannot use effect with the server data, the client data has to keep updating after every delete. So we use the server data to get that first performance boost, and then we get our data loaded fast. So once the client data, which is coming through a use effect that needs to keep reloading, is ready, right? You know, this use effect needs to keep reloading after every delete. So once this use effect data, which is what we get, if we serve the server data directly, it's not going to keep updating, and that's going to be an issue for our app. But then we serve this we serve so we serve the server data first, and then once the client data is ready, we now serve it to the component so that whenever somebody deletes a profile, we are going to see the profile delete go successfully, and we're going to see the new data is going to get updated without the profile that was deleted. So don't worry, guys. I guess I've explained too much. If you don't understand already, let's go implement it so you guys can see. Beautiful logic, beautiful idea there. So we can now extract all of this from this component because we want to make it a server component. We're going to profile card wrapper, and then it's already here. I guess they're already here. We're going to need a use effect now, so I guess we can paste this. Let's paste what we copied. So we can now remove this. Yeah, we can remove this, right? So we can remove this. Now let's go back to the home page and let's cut out the whole use effect logic. So we need Axios over there as well. We need Axios, right? So let's cut Axios and go and paste as well. So we paste Axios here, and then let's go back to the home page. What else do we need? We're not going to need this here again, right? So we delete this, right? So let's see, is profile deleted, set is profile deleted, and set profiles data. Let's see, we have profiles data here already. So we just copy, we basically copy everything, right? We need all of this now. So we cut, and then we go back to here, right? Let's close this. Sorry, we go back here, and then we paste as well. Right, we need a comma. So we have now pasted all the data we're going to be needing. Then inside of our landing page, we don't need this. We already cut out all of those. Right, so we don't need this anymore. Come on, my mouse seems to be failing. So okay, we can now cut all of this, right? We can now cut all of this and go and paste inside of we can now paste inside of here, right? So basically, we have extracted the need to use a use effect from our home page. So going back to the home page here, We don't have the use effect anymore. We don't have anything that limits this component from being a server component anymore, right? So we can confidently remove this. Do we need the overlay? Yeah, we need the overlay. Good. We need profile card dropper. Great. So we can confidently remove this now. Uh-oh. We can confidently remove this. So sorry, this can now be a server component, right, guys? This is what I call Next.js 13 thinking. Okay, so I'm basically teaching you guys how to use Next.js 13. Keep your components as server components, push client components to the edge as much as possible. Wherever you can't help it, fine, you go ahead and use client components. So this is us successfully making this component a server component. So going back to the profile card wrapper, you guys will see that everything is still going to work fine because we are fetching our data and we're passing our data, right? Everything is still going to work just fine. Let's go back to our build and check if everything is working fine. We have error. Okay, I'm coming. Let's see. It seems this is a server component. Okay, I'm coming. I think it's coming from our profile card. Is this a client component already? It is a client. Let's go to profile card is already a client. I don't know where is that error coming from. A home page. I'm coming. Let's go. Cannot access on the server. Where is the error coming from? Home context. Okay, it's coming from home overlay. Let's go to home overlay, and you see, you can't use that context. You can see you can't use context. You can't use context inside of a server component, guys. So you can see all those use effect, use state, use you can't use them inside of server component. So automatically, the fact that we are using you are using context inside of here means we have to make this a client component. So we go with use client. So the error is going to go because we're going to now have this as a client. Then our app should load just fine. So we're having the reload already. Our app should work just fine, guys. So let's wait for it. It's coming. Right. So we have a loading page that's working fine. Let's see if our home page loads just fine. I guess it should. Right. So we still have another delete. Can't access is profile deleted before initialization. Let's refresh. Let's see if that error goes away. Let's refresh. Right, so this is right, so we are still having the issue. Can't access is preferred deleted before initialization. Where is it coming from? It's coming from profile card wrapper, right? Or we're supposed to get this up above the context, right? We're supposed to get this before the context. That was our issue. So we're supposed to get this before the use effect. Sorry. So extract all your context data before use effect. That was our bad. So let's go back and see our app should work just fine now. Our data should come in well. So we're going to have our data coming, and whenever we delete, we're still going to have that updating, and our app is just going to work fine, right? But then we want to fetch another server data and perform a very brilliant trick so that you see, let's go back to the demo. That was exactly what I did in the demo, and I'm showing you guys here. So when you refresh, it is the server data that comes in first, both in the nav bar and inside of here. You see, this is server data, server data. You see, just to test load time speed. Let me refresh again. It showed I'm just testing the load. You see, server, 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 and now client. So the server data is absolutely fast, right? And I guess I have very fast network. Let's assume my network is not so fast. It's going to be very frustrating for a user with slow network. I'm coming. Let's do it practically. Let me switch my network to 3G. I'm coming. Let me drag this here. Let's go to network. Let me set my network to slow 3G, and then let's reload the page now. You guys are going to see that's time difference, right? The time difference, you see, load time is still, you see, can you see that? Can you see how much time it took before? You see how much time it took before the client's data came. Let's make a refresh again. So we have server data, server data, server data, server. You can see now the client data came in. So the server fetching is definitely much more performant than the client fetching, right? But in this condition, we could have gone ahead and used the client data. The same thing is happening in our build. This is the demo, and these are build. The same thing. No, we have not implemented the server fetching yet. This is just the client fetching. So I'm just basically showing you guys that the client fetching is way slower, depend on the network though, but I just proved it that the client fetching is slower than server fetching. But then in this case, We couldn't help it. Why couldn't we help it? Because we definitely needed a use effect, so it would trigger a re-render of our data whenever the data is fetched. A good way to do this, to still probably to still, I don't think it's still going to be a server component, right? I don't think it's still going to be a server component. Probably it's going to become a server component. But a good way you could have done this to make it is to probably be able to make it a server component is to use a third party library, probably like a React query or SWR, right? SWR can help you to do data fetching and update your data. I've used SWR for that, but I've not used React query for that, right? So SWR can help you update your data, and then you get your data updated without having to use a use effect. So probably it's going to work. But then it could be that SWR also uses use effect under the hood, which could still conflict with Next.js 13, right? So basically, I don't know. I didn't try that method, but you can try it out. Use a third party library to fetch and update your data. If it works, fine. But basically, the trick I used here is we have this data fetching happening, but then we are going to have another data fetching coming from the server. So the server data fetching comes here first, and then whenever this client data fetching, which is going to keep getting updated because of the use effect. So whenever the data fetching is ready, we just pass it to the component so that whenever the user deletes a profile, the user is going to be interacting with this client data. Right, guys? So this is basically what we did here. So guys, now that we know what we need to do, let's go and get it implemented. So going back to our demo, our data fetching is working just fine for the client side fetching. Now let's go back to our homepage, right? We are still working on the homepage. I'm just taking my time to explain things to you guys. So let's go back to our homepage, and now we can implement our fetching because we can implement our server fetching because this is now a server component. All right, so this is now a server component. Now initially, you just couldn't do this in Next.js 12, right? You couldn't convert components into asynchronous functions and then fetch data inside of them. But now in Next.js 13, you can do it. So this is how you basically fetch data inside of components, right? So this is how you fetch data inside of components. You bring in your fetch directly. So let's get the same URL. Let's go to the profile card dropper. Let's get the same URL, right? So the same URL, we copy it. Oh gosh, I missed that. So I'm coming. Let's copy the URL. We come over here. We can want to fetch our data. So we say const URL is equals to, we paste, right? So this is our URL, and then we can implement our fetch, right? So we say res is equals to, sorry, we need our keyword first. Res is equals to fetch, right? We bring in the fetch, and then we fetch our URL. So we want the data to be with now. Okay, so we don't want caching, right? When you're fetching data on the server, basically in Next.js 12 we call it SSR, SSG, and RSR, right? SSR in Next.js 12 is server side rendering, SSG is static side generation, and then ISR is incremental static regeneration. So these are basically data fetching methods that you use depending on the nature of your data. So this is basically you needing to understand Next.js data fetching methods very much. So depending on the nature of your data, you could choose to catch your data, or you could choose to have it come live at every request time, right? So in this case, profiles can get updated at any time, so we don't want to catch any data. I bet you guys, if you leave it, if you don't indicate to if you don't let Next.js know which data fetching method you want to use, it's going to catch the data. It's going to catch this data. So even when data on the API changes, even when you update it, don't worry, let me show you guys practically, right? So let me just fetch our data, and then oh gosh, it's going to be hard for me to show you guys in this case. But what I'm basically saying is, if you fetch your data and you pass directly, let's assume we're not using a client data, and we fetch this data and we pass directly to these components, and then we get all of this displayed. Even if there is an update, right? Let's assume you update a profile or you delete a profile, it is not going to reflect when you reload the page because the data has been cached, right? That is what we call static site generation in Next.js 13 S sorry Next.js 12 SSG, static site generation. So your page is cached, the API is cached. Your data fetching will work on build at build time, right? So you basically get the API, and then when you're building your app, you build the data together, and then even when there is a reload, the data is sticky. So on a page like this, on a page like this where you know your data can keep getting updated, you don't use such a data fetching method as SSG. You use SSR, or incremental static regeneration. But because of the way data is very dynamic on this page, it can get updated at any time. We are not going to use RSR either. We are going to use SSR, which is server side rendering. So going back to the Next.js docs, right? Let's go to fetching and catching, so I can show you guys the different methods. Right, good. So this is it. So if you fetch data and you use first catch, right, it is by default. Yeah, it is first catch by default. That is why I'm explaining this to you guys. So your data will be catched. This is by default. But then if you want ISR, you want your data to be catched but then updated after some time. 60 seconds make 1 minute. This is 1 hour, right? So 3,600 seconds is 1 hour, right? So with this method, you just after the URL, you add a comma, and then you add this object to it. Then your data will get you add this object with another object inside of it for the revalidate time. So if you use this method, it is what we call incremental static regeneration, ISR, right? So your data will get revalidated after every 1 hour, and the API will be updated. But then the nature, you just need to understand these data fetching methods and relate them to the nature of your app, right? But the nature of our app is so dynamic, we can update our profile at any time. So we don't want any of those two methods. So which method are we going to use? We are going to use the final method, which is SSR. This is what we want, opting out of data catching. We don't want our data to be catched at all. We want SSR. So we can either use catch no store, or we can use force dynamic. I'm going to use both methods just to show you guys the two different ways to do it. So we just copy this, and then we paste it here at the top. We just export that. We export this. All right, guys. So we basically export this, right? This that we copied. Going back to the docs here, where is it, data fetching, right? So we export this, we just export this, and then when we export this, Next.js automatically knows that it should fetch our data at request time, and there will be no catching, right? So this is what we just do. We export this. This is it. The moment, as long as we do this, Next.js knows there will be no catching. So once we do this and save, Next.js is going to fetch our request at request time. There will be no catching at all because of the nature of our app. Just understand the nature of the app you are building, the nature of the page, and then you now know the nature of the data fetching method you need to use. So we can use this option. With this, we are done. With this, we are going to have SSR, we're going to have data fetching at request time. But then we can also use the other option, which is this down here, right? This is it. So you can do it this way. Either way you choose, it works, right? So we come over here and then we paste, right? So catch no store, with this it's done as well. It's the same as exporting this, right? So if you go with this, the same thing. If you export this, then you don't need this anymore. It's all the same thing, guys, right? So let me use this method so I can have this one available in the code commented. When you access the repository, you can see it, so you can know any method to use. So that's our response. So now we are getting a response. Let's serve our response to JSON. Let's call it server data. Sorry, we need the keyword first. Let's call it server data, right? Is equals to res.json. Okay, so we now have our server data coming. We've successfully fetched our data. So we can now pass server data to our profile card wrapper. So let's pass server data as props, right? Server data is equals to server data. I taught you guys all of these rules. I think it should be in the React.js build, how to serve props. I explain these things in detail, guys. Check out the React.js series. I mean, so much value, so much value, so much value here. So check out the series. Let's go back to our build, right? So we are passing server data, good. Okay. So we are passing server data to, let's finish from the profile card wrapper. We're going to need the data inside of our nav bar as well, right? Because the nav bar is fetching the data. The nav bar is serving us the number of profiles we have. So we certainly need the data inside of our nav bar, right? All right, guys, it's telling us res.json is not a function, right? I guess the problem is because we have an asynchronous function. We need to await our data, right? So we need to await our data. Let's await our data. So let's save and let's wait here as well. So we get the data and then we are now able to serve the data. So let's see if it gives us an error again. Still giving us an error. Let's refresh. Probably the page needs to reload. Right, guys, it's working well now. It's working well. So we're going to have our data coming in just a moment. Right. So we basically have passed our server data as prop. So now we can go receive our server data, supply it first, and then you get to see that time difference. And whenever the server data is loaded, the client data can then come afterwards, and then the users can interact with the client data, getting that update once there is a delete, right? All right, guys. So we have our app working fine now. Let's go back to our profile card wrapper, right? Let's go back to our profile card wrapper. We can now receive our prop, right? We can now destructure server data, right? So now that we have access to server data, we can now serve server data to be the one that updates our components first. So once the client data is ready, we can now serve it. You might be wondering, why don't you serve the server data directly into your profiles data, right? If I serve server data directly into my profiles data right here, if I serve it directly, there is no way I will have access to a use effect to refresh whenever I delete. So that is the reason why I'm doing this, and I just hope you guys understand. Study the code, study the circumstance, and you get to agree with me that this was a good method to use. Like I said, you can try out third-party libraries. SWR does data updating without use effect, so probably try it out. But like I said, it could be that Next.js 13 would detect it using use effect under the hood. I don't know if it uses use effect. I don't know if it uses use effect under the hood, but probably. So if it uses use effect under the hood, Next.js might then detect it and then trigger an error again. So we're doing the same thing, but then I don't know until you try it out and see for yourself, right? So we now have server data over here. We can now pass some conditionals to ensure that the data that is going into our app is first of all server data. And then once the client data is ready, we can now have the client data so that we can have use effect giving us the update now. And then beautiful logic, guys, beautiful logic. So let's implement the multiple data passing so that we can be able to have both data coming into our app. Right. Before I before I pass the data, I want to show you guys what I told you guys earlier. So I guess I've told you guys already. Whenever you log data that you are fetching on the server, whenever you log data coming from the server, it's not going to show in your browser, right? It's going to show in your console. So let me log server data into the console. You guys are going to see it's not going to show in the browser console. It's going to show inside of this console over here. Let's go back to the browser. Let's check the browser console. You won't don't worry, this error, like I said, is coming from an extension. I'm not sure though, but I think so. It should be coming from Grammarly. This GR, whatever you see, it says GR extension installed. I think it's coming from Grammarly, so forget about that, guys. Let's go over here. Let's save again. We should see our data show up inside of the console. It's still loading. Okay, it's okay, good. You guys can see it. The API is showing inside of the console. You can see the data coming from that profile is showing inside of the console. So whenever you log data that you are fetching on the server, you won't see it. Let's go to the browser. You won't see the data anywhere. You won't see it inside of the console because you're not fetching it inside of a client component, right? So basically, server data is faster. When you fetch data with the server, is absolutely faster than when you fetch data with the client. So now we have two the same data one fetched from this on the server and the other fetched on the client, right? So we just want the performance boost. So we go over there. Let's pass the conditionals now. So the first condition we are going to pass is this. We're going to say if profiles data is not yet available and server data is not yet available, right? We are going to now say we are loading, meaning hopefully they are still loading. This is not actually a perfect instance because there might be errors and these two are not available. So the user continues to see this, but then let's hope that doesn't happen. This is just a tutorial build, but then have it in mind that if you're doing this in a real life product, if you're doing this in a real life build, have it in mind that this two data might not be available, probably because of an error, and the user will keep seeing this. So you want to check and ensure that the data are available. So the first conditional we are going to pass is that we are going to check if these two are not available, right, we basically don't need this any longer, right? We basically don't need this any longer because we already have a loading page. We implemented this earlier because we use React, right? Because we use React. But then now we're no longer using React. We don't need this any longer. We have a loading page. But then just to have a fallback in case our loading page fails, we're now going to say if these guys are not yet loaded, right? If server data and profiles data, this is data coming from the client side fetching, and this is data coming from the server fetching. So if client side data is still in process and server data is still in process, what we want to happen is that it's going to show the user loading developer profiles, which is basically right now simply a fallback because our loading page should do this for us, right? I don't know, but I think our loading page should handle this for us. So if this is basically a fallback, right? So let's proceed to the next condition. So we are now going to say if this is available but then is less than one, or server data is available and it's still less than one, we're going to show this, right? So we basically need a double conditional here. We need a double conditional here. So we're going to now come over here and go this way. We're going to now bring in the second, and then we say if server data, right? If server data is also available, but server data dot length is less than one. Let's see what sorry, and server data dot length, if it's available and it's less than one, then we trigger this response. So what's the response going to be? The response is simply going to say no profiles added yet. Please add one or more profiles to see them, right? So basically it's saying if we don't have up to one profile yet, then you give this response to the user. Then the next conditional, let's add a piece of comment here, right? So let's add a piece of comment. Let's say this conditional renders the data. This conditional renders the data, renders the data from the server fetch until the data for the client fetch is ready and available. So renders the data from the server fetch, right, until the data from the client fetch, right, until the data for let's go with from the client, right, fetch is available and ready, right? So let's save this. Let's break it so we can have it readable. All right, so we want a multi-line comment here. We want the multi-line comment. So we can now remove this, right? We remove this and we have a multi-line comment. So this conditional renders the data from the server until blah blah blah, right? So let's now update the conditional. So if profiles, we're going to say if profiles data is not available and server data is available and server data is more than zero, you render this. So if profiles data is not available, we're updating this now, and server data is available, right? And server data is available, and server data dot length, right? It's supposed to be server data here, right? So if profiles data is available, is not available yet, but server data is available and server data is more than zero, meaning we have at least one profile, then you render this for us. So we're now going to add the final conditional. The final conditional is basically a duplication of this, right? So we basically duplicate this, and then we're now going to come down and say if profiles data is now finally ready and profiles data dot length is greater than zero, meaning if it's ready and available, right? So we clean this. We can now say render profiles data. Don't worry, I think we need an update inside of that up there. So this should be profiles data, right? Good. So if profiles data is now available and it is up to at least one profile, then you render profile data, right? But sorry, you render profile card, but we are now using profiles data in this case. But in this up case, we're not going to use profiles data, we're going to use server data, right? So we're going to use server data. So if profile data is not available, server data is available, at least one profile in it, you serve server data. But if profiles data is now finally available with at least one profile, you serve profiles data. Guys, this is as a result of the fact that I understood how Next.js stating works and I wanted the best performance for my app. So, like I've said again and again, go ahead, try out the third party library. If it works, fine. But this is a simple hack that works. It worked perfectly, and the app is still performant, right? So you can go out, you can go check out you can try out any third party library you wish to try out. If it does this for you, if it does this for you, fine. And probably it does it better by even helping you get more server components. I don't know, all the best, right? So please go ahead, try out a third party library if it works great. But then, guys, this works just fine, and the app is still very, very performant. So we have successfully implemented the data fetching for our landing page, and now our landing page should be blazing fast. So let's go check it out and make sure everything works fine. Can you guys see that? I mean, can you guys see that speed? That was fast. Let me do it again, right? So that was blazing fast, because what happens is that our server data comes in first, and then our client data comes in after it has been loaded. I'm still on slow 3G. Let me demonstrate it inside of this demo here. Let me reload. So you guys, I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to do this inside of our build as well. I'm going to add this in the nav bar, so you guys will see when actually the server data is coming in and when actually the client data follows. So let's refresh again. Until this disappears, until this text disappears, it is server data still. So this is now client data. Let me do it again. It starts with server data, and then you see your user keeps waiting all this while until client's data comes. I mean, that experience, that time difference, right? Seconds can mean millions, can mean billions in terms of user experience. So that's seconds, your that those extra seconds your app takes can cost you billions of naira, billions of dollars, right? I mean, Nigeria, so I'm talking in terms of Nigeria. But then seconds can cost you billions of dollars because your users are not getting the best experience. So, guys, I just successfully developed a hack that made my app super extra performance because I'm using server components. Let me refresh. This is the time loss you'll be getting if you are using client components. See, still server data, and finally, gosh, client data. So let's go demonstrate this inside of our build as well. Let me refresh. It's blazing fast because I'm using server data. You see, this number is when client data comes in. The number is when client data comes in, right? I've not implemented server data for the nav bar yet, right? The nav bar is only currently depending on client data, which our use effect passes inside. You see, your use effect gets this set profiles data from the context, and then it gives this data. I call it the back pass approach. So it passes this data back to the context, so the data can be available globally, right? So the nav bar is still depending on client data, while this is already getting server data. So let me refresh again. You guys can see there is no client data yet. It's server data. You see that time? Come on. It's now that client data comes. So, I mean, it's this tutorial is beautiful. I'm enjoying the way it's helping me show you guys the performance boost that Next.js thing gives to your application. And that is why the Vercel CEO tweeted this about the performance they got in their application. From 1.2 seconds, it came to 0.4 seconds, and you guys can see it demonstrated right in front of you. So if you didn't know this and you go building Next.js 13 applications as though it was Next.js 12 application, sorry, as though it was a Next.js 12 application using use effects, using client components, this is the performance boost your app is going to be losing. But because I understood this concept, I knew the power of server components. I insisted until I got this value from server components, right? I actually didn't know at first that server components were this powerful until I experimented and I could testify, and now I'm showing it to you guys. So server components are powerful. You just want to ensure as much of your components as server components deep into the tree. Your client components, like it is inside of this article, should be at the edge. The tiny, tiny components that you compulsorily can't help it but use events or probably React methods, use state, use effect. Let those use effects be inside of this tiny component. Let everything else be server components as much as possible. Fetch your data inside of server components. You see, in this case, I couldn't help it. I needed use effects, but I was able to come up with a way to make my app more super performant because I was able to get a server component that could pass prop to this client component, and I was able to get my data and make it perform very, very well. So guys, we have successfully implemented our data fetching, and our landing page is now blazing server fast. Come on, that's exciting, guys. That speed is so exciting. So let's go back and let's implement this now for the navbar. You see, we're still getting client data like I've showed you guys inside the navbar, so it's slow, right? It's slow. It's not ready yet. Still not ready. Still not ready. Gosh, it's just coming, right? So let's go back and then let's serve this server data as well to a navbar, and then let's go implement it as well. So server data, let's pass the props as well, right, guys? So I've passed server data. So now we have server data going to a navbar, so we can go to a navbar and get the server data as well. Alright, guys, so this is us inside of a navbar. Even though it is a client component, I was able to brilliantly convert the main page containing the different components. I was able to convert it into a server component, and I was able to get server data. Even though we had client data fetching, I was able to pass server data under. I was still able to serve the server data, and as a result of being able to serve server data, we are getting the performance boost. So I can now destructure my server data from here, right? So let me destructure server data because I have it coming from the home page now. So I can now get server data here. So basically, I can now duplicate this navbar component, right? I'm coming, let me see. Yeah, I can now duplicate this navbar component. I can say if I'm getting profiles data, and then I'm using profiles data here. So I can now, the way we did it in the home page, sorry, the way we did it inside profile catch up, right? Where we use the conditionals to give it data, right? We can do the same thing inside of the navbar here, and then we can copy this out. No need to copy it, right? We're going to say if profiles data, sorry, I need a parenthesis, right? If profiles data, I'm going to serve, I need the closing one. If profiles data, I want to serve this, right? Good. Then I'm equally, sorry, is S, we need an S here. Let's start with server data because server data loads first. I don't think that matters, but then it's fine. Let's do it that way. So we say if server data, right? I want to serve the same thing, but then we're going to have different data fetching, right? So what's happening? Gosh, I didn't copy everything. So I paste, right? So we're basically going to have the same thing, but in this case, we are going to be passing server data. Let me use multi-cursors, hold your alt key and click. So we're going to be passing server data instead of profiles data. Sorry. Yeah, this is coming. This is going to be available for all, both server data and clients, and profiles data will have this. So we don't have any issue. So I think we are done. Now I want to, I'm going to be serving this first, right? I'm going to be serving this first before I serve server data. So since I'm going to be serving this, let me now do something that indicates that this is server data. So developer profiles, let me add it after the count, right? So let me add it here. Let me just add a span, right? Basically, I'm trying to do the same thing that I did over there. Testing for load time, testing for load speed, testing for load time speed, right? So testing for load time speed. So this span component is going to be rendered along with the server data, right? It's going to be rendered along with the server data. I don't think I should keep it there. Let me bring it out so it doesn't drag space with the count. So it's going to be outside the count. Okay. So I guess this is it. Let me see. Do we have everything? Well, don't worry. I'm going to come back here. I'm going to see how we might be able to optimize. We might be able to optimize these two components. Probably I'll leave that to you guys as an assignment. So let's refresh. So, we're having an issue. We're having a bug, right? We're having a bug. Let's go back and see. Okay. I'm coming. Sorry, guys. We're having a bug. I think we're having a bug. So if okay, we're not returning, we don't have a returns, we don't have a return statement. That's the problem. So the moment there's server data, there's no navbar because we didn't add the return statement. But let's fix that so we can get that bug of our way. Oh goodness. Right. So let's copy the whole of our navbar and then let's switch it in. Okay, the error is gone. So we should have a navbar now. So the moment we reload, you can see it's already happening. Let's make it more visible. Let's make it more visible. And where is it? It's on nav left, right? Yeah, so it's here. Let's give it some styling. Text blue 500, and then let's give it underline so it can be so obvious. Just want you guys to see the power of Next.js 13. I want you guys to really understand the power of Next.js 13. So this is server data, server data, server data. Come on. That's okay. Don't worry. Let me refresh. Let me refresh. Let me refresh. So our page is loading. We have server data, still server data, still server data. Guys, still server data. Come on. I'm coming. What's happening? We have, okay, it seems our conditional is not working. It seems our conditional isn't working. So if server data, serve this, right? And then if profiles data, okay, I think our conditional is not complete. We should make it if server data and not profiles data. Yeah. So if server data and not profiles data, right? So if server data is available and profiles data is not yet available, then you serve this, right? But then if profiles data at all, if profiles data at all becomes available, you serve the other one. So I think it should work well just fine now. So let's refresh. So server data still, now clients data. Can you guys see the performance difference? Right? You guys can see the performance difference, and this is how awesome Next.js 13 is. I've basically replicated the same thing I implemented in this demo build. I replicated the same thing into our live build just to show you guys the difference, right? So let me refresh again, right? So you guys, this is still still server, and now we have clients. So this is what happens to the user, that delay time, that frustration, that pain, right? It makes your product perform way less than it should. And you guys can consider the power of Next.js server components. It's just so powerful, and it's beautiful the way I'm practically patiently showing these things to you guys in this tutorial. So if you love this tutorial, please smash the like button, give me that thumbs up, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of the awesome stuffs like this that are going to be coming. I assure you there are so much more awesome stuff, way better than this, coming on the way, and I believe you just don't want to miss those stuffs. So let's go back. We are successfully done with our, let me close this, let me close that terminal. We're now successfully done with the homepage. I guess we're done with the homepage. We have profile card wrapper done. Profile card, do we need to do anything here? Profile card wrapper is already a client component. So since the parent is already a client component, I don't think it makes sense trying to make any of the child a server component, right? I don't know, but I don't think it makes any sense trying to make any of the child a server component since the parent is already a client component. So since profile card wrapper is already a client component, I just went ahead to leave since profile card wrapper is already a client component, I went ahead to leave its child, which is profile card. I went ahead to leave profile card as a client component as well. But then let's assume we were successfully able to implement this wrapper as a let's assume we're successfully able to implement it as a server component. If not for this use effect, I would have found a way to make it a server component as well, so I can push client components deeper and deeper into the tree of the components. But then because I couldn't help, I just had no choice but to leave this as a client component. So this is the mindset. This is the mindset I want you guys to grab when building with Next.js 13. Keep pushing client components deeper and deeper. Ensure your data fetching happens inside of server components, and then your app will be extra performant, right? So if you don't have this mindset, you go fetching data in client components, using use effects, bloating everywhere with client components, you are not going to get the performance power of Next.js 13. That was why I went to show you guys this email from the JavaScript Mastery guy, Adrian. I guess he's the CEO of JavaScript Mastery. He sent me this email, and it was really a beautiful confession. When Next.js first started, when Next.js 13 first came out, he and his probably his team went ahead and they were building applications as if it was React. So this is where we made our mistake. we dove in head first without deeply understanding Next.js 13, right? So it was a beautiful admittance that really encouraged me to show you guys how Next.js 13 should be used, right? So now let's make progress, guys. We've implemented our data fetching. Our homepage is just fine. The next thing I want us to do is to add a fav icon. You can see there's a fav icon on the demo up there. That D is an icon. Let's start by implementing our fav icon. Normally in a React.js build, you add your fav icon inside of the index.html file, right? Your fonts stay there, right? And then your font basically stays there, and your fav icon can also go there. Let me show you guys. This is the React.js build inside of this single page, right? This index.html. So you can add your fav icon, you can add your font. So this is React, but then in Next.js, we will do it in a different way. What is the way we're going to do it? You just copy the fav icon, right? At the moment is an SVG. I don't want to use the SVG. Uh I want to use a PNG. I don't want this. I don't want the SVG. I want to use a PNG. So I'm going to go copy the PNG and come paste, right? I'm not going to show that on screen. All right, guys. So this is the PNG image. I've pasted it. Now I want to just basically copy it and then make it an ICO image. The fav icon should be an ICO. I don't know if that's compulsory, but I think so. So we are going to copy this fav icon again from here. It should be on the root of your project. So to add a fav icon to a Next.js 13 project, you just paste the image on the root of the project. I don't know if it's going to work as the PNG, but I don't think so. So we basically update the name and make it the ICO, right? So with this, we have successfully okay, yeah. With this, we have successfully added. This is the Basel image, the initial one that was here. So it's telling us you can do that. You can add two ICOs. So we remove this. We remove the Basel image. Let's take it into the public folder, right? So we move the the Vercel image into the public folder, and with this our own, we can now rename it to the.ico, and I guess it should work just fine at the moment. So .ico. All right. So this should now be our what do we call it? Our fav icon. Good. So the next thing we want to do is to add a title to our project. We want to add a title to our project. In Next.js 12, to add a title, we use you guys can see that speed. Come on, that's fast, right? In Next.js 12, we can use we could use the head component. So let's go back here, and you can see if you search for the head component inside of the app router docs, which is for Next.js 13, if you search for the head component, you are not going to find it, right? But then if you switch to the pages docs, you're going to find the head component. So the head component helps you add metadata stuff and your title and those kind of stuff, but it seems not to be available in the app router version. So for the app router version, you use the metadata API. All right, guys. So this is the metadata API, and I believe this is what has replaced the head component. I don't think the head component is available in Next.js, the thing. So you use the metadata API, and the metadata API is only supported inside of server components, right? The metadata API is only supported inside of server components. So let's go and let's get this done. The layout component has the metadata. It came with the metadata, so that means every of our page is going to have this title. So let's go back to our app. You're going to see is showing that title inside of the metadata API. I'm coming. Let me see, and then let's go over. You see, create next app. That's what it's showing you, right? That's the title because that's what is inside of the metadata API. So any page you navigate to, let's go to the create profile page. It's still going to show us the same thing, right? Because the layout page is a wrapper for the whole app. So any page you navigate to will have this, and that isn't what we want, guys. We don't want this. So we want every page to have its own title. So we can do this inside of our page, inside of our home page, because it is also a server component. So over here, we can declare our metadata API, and then let's go and copy the title from this demo. It says, let me see, hit home full stack project with the MERN stack Tailwind CSS. Let's see if we can copy it from this, right? So we have the body, okay, it should be inside of the head, right? Title, where's our title? I can't see the title here. Hmm. All right, I don't seem to see the title over here. All right, let's just type it out ourselves. It says home full stack project with the main stack, Tailwind CSS, and HTML. So let's go type it out. So it says home, right? Home. Then we have our bar, full stack, right? Project with the main stack, project with the main stack, Tailwind CSS, and HTML, right? So this is what we have. I guess I'm correct. So I can basically copy this and then duplicate as the description of our page. So we can get a better description. We certainly need a better description to ensure that this is the landing page. But don't worry, guys, we can just leave this. It's just a tutorial project. So if you're building a live project, you ensure to give your page a better description. So we now have the metadata done for our homepage, and then we equally have our favicon already done. So let's go. The favicon might not show at the moment, but when we deploy it, it's going to work. Hopefully, when we build our app, right? Hopefully, when we build our app, the favicon should also show. But no problem. I believe that by the moment we deploy it, our favicon should show. So you can see our homepage now has a proper title. So we're done with the homepage, guys. We're done. I love this progress. I'm proud of what we've done, guys. So we have our nav bar is working. Home overlay is. Let's go see if our home overlay is working, right? So it works, guys. It works. So now let's go over here and we're done. We're good. We're done with the homepage, home overlay, good, nav bar, good, profile card, good, profile card wrapper, good. So let's go to the update profile page now, so I can show you guys how to create dynamic pages inside of Next.js 13. So I think we are done. Let's cut this from here. So let's leave this component to be this component folder. Let's leave it to be for the home page. So inside of this group, this route group, this non-home route is just a group I explained thoroughly to you guys. So inside of this folder, we are going to create a separate component for the add profile page and the update profile page. Should we do this? Should we create this for them? I don't think we need this, right? We don't need this, guys. We don't need this. We don't need the component folder. We're just going to add the components inside of here for them directly, right? So update profile, we already have the loading state for the update profile, which we did. I think we should delete this, right? So Control C, let's delete it. No, let me give you guys a pro tip. When you are building applications, don't don't delete stuffs. Instead you create a trash folder and then you save it. No, we want it inside of app, right? So I think it's fine if we have it here, right? Good. So we're going to create the trash folder. So you don't delete stuff. That stuff might just turn out to be important. So you create your trash folder and you move your components inside of your trash folder. Anything, whether component or whatever you don't need, keep it inside of the trash folder until you are sure you're not going to need it. So let's go. Let's work on the update profile page now. We have a page which is the entry point of the update profile page. It's use client. No, it can't be use client. The first page must, I repeat, must be a server component, so we can be able to add the title and some other stuff, and hopefully so we can be able to fetch data inside of it. So let's go and copy the title from the home page, right? Let's copy the metadata stuff. I can paste, right? So we now have this coming into our update profile page. So instead of our, let's go check out what the initial update. I'm coming. Let's make this a client component first, right? Because we're going to be copying some stuffs. We're going to be copying some stuff from the React.js build and in my break app. So let's make this initially a client component. Let's go over there. Here, this is where we're copying from. So we now want the source pages. So I want to get the update profile page, right? So I want to copy everything and then I want to go paste inside of the update profile page that is available inside of our app. So let me just come down here and then paste everything. Let me go comment what we have currently. So we don't have two components with conflict, right? So let's comment everything here out, right? So we basically can't use metadata inside of a client component. I guess Next.js is already throwing an error. But then let's proceed. So this is what we have in the update profile page that is currently available. But then we want to now implement our Next.js kind of thoughtfulness, right? So how do we do that? So let's go back to the demo. Going back to the demo, let me drag this. Let me close this some more. Going back to the demo, if you try to update a profile, right? If you try to update a profile, you're going to see how the page looks. It's basically a page, but then it's dynamic. So we have the slash update profile link, and then we now have this profile. We now have the profile ID that we want to update, and then we are able to get this ID off and then get it into our app and and make a data fetching using that ID on our API, get specific data for that user, and then we're able to serve it. And then when we update, we now create an update request, right, guys? So let's go back to our demo. Sorry, let's go back to our app. So now, like I showed you guys, we have an update profile link, right? An update profile link, and then we now have this ID, which is not a link, an update profile route, right? An update profile route, which we already have. We now have this ID, which is basically another route on its own because it's dynamic. So how do you now create dynamic route? To create dynamic routes in Next.js 13, it looks pretty much the way we do it in Next.js 12, right? So you basically come with square braces and you go like you call it anything. So let's call it update profile ID, update profile page ID, update profile page ID, right? So this is what we call it, update profile page ID. So the moment we save, it's a folder. So this is how you create dynamic pages inside of Next.js 13. You basically create a folder, and then when you have a folder, this dynamic page is basically for this ID, right? It's unique for every ID. So that's the dynamic page I just created. And whenever you create a page, you need a page.jsx. Whenever you create a route, sorry, whenever you create a route, you need a page.jsx as its entry point. So basically, I can copy out all of this content we want to have for the home page. So I think I can copy with this, right? So I basically can remove everything like this, right? So and then I go into this page, which should be a server component, and then I paste. I can then uncomment, right? So now I can make this the update profile page. So this is now going to be the update profile page, and then the description basically stays the same. And then inside of here, we are going to fetch our data. Okay, inside of this update profile page, we are going to fetch our data. So after we fetch our data, we get the ID of the page. I'll show you guys how to do that, and then we are now able to fetch data for that single page and do what we want. So let me save this first of all, so we can proceed gradually. All right, guys. So back to our regular Next.js 13 thinking, right? Back to our regular Next.js 13 thinking. We now want, okay. So basically, we don't need this anymore, right? We don't need we don't need this. We don't need a page here, right? We don't need a page here. I'm coming. Let me see. Yeah, we don't need the page here anymore because we are going straight to the dynamic page, right? Have I copied it here? Page.jsx. Okay, sorry. Let's leave this first of all. Let me explain what I want to explain. So this is basically what we need. We don't need this page. I guess we'll need the loading, but we don't need this. We don't need this page. But now we don't want any of these things inside of our server component. So we need to extract some of this so we can be able to fetch our data inside of our server component, and then we extract the rest into a client component or as many client components as possible. First of all, let's clear this. We don't need this. We're not using React Router DOM. We're out of the world of React. So let's get our data. So after we fetch our data, what basically is happening here, two requests are happening here. First of all, we fetch our data and then we populate, and then the update request also goes to the server. So let's go back inside of this place. Now we want to go to our home page and fetch our data. So we extract Axios from here. We go to the page, right? And then we add Axios. And then let's go back to that component. And then basically, let me see. We don't need this anymore. We don't need this as well anymore, right? So this is just Next.js 13. You keep extracting components so that you keep getting more and more server components until you can't help it any longer. So all of this is going to be inside of a client component. The use effect, we don't need this use effect anymore, do we? Yeah, we don't need this use effect anymore. Okay, so let's study the code. What do we want to do? So basically, what happens inside of this update profile page, I've already demonstrated. You fetch your data first, you populate, and then right, so you populate into your form, and then you now have another function that updates the profile, right? So basically, we don't want any use state, whatever. So we are going to extract the form. The form have on change. It has on change. So the form can definitely not be in the server component because it has an event. And then the form as well, I think, should have use state. Automatically, the event makes the form unable to stay inside of a server component. Let's go back to the docs. Remember, guys, the form cannot stay inside of a server component, right? See, we have on change in the form, and I think we have on submit as well on the form, right? So it cannot stay inside of a server component. If you guys really want to see the code, please check out the video description. You get to see the repo, you get to see all the code. So while I'm explaining anything I'm skipping, you get to see it. And if you've been following along with the series, you get to see everything build up. I built everything from scratch, guys. You get to see I didn't skip anything, right? So it's not like I'm just copying the code from somewhere. Follow the series, you get to see everything how we built gradually to this point, right? All right, guys. There is something we are missing. That component, you see, can you guys see how things are playing out beautifully? Can you guys see practically how it's good to be professional, to stick with best practices? That component I was supposed to delete, and that I then decided to add to the trash folder. I now need that component, right, guys? So I just showed you guys why you needed the trash folder, and it turned out I definitely needed it. So inside of here, we need this part, right? We need this. We need this. I'm coming. We need this part. So we need this part. Sorry, we need everything else except this outlet, which is coming from React Router DOM. So we basically copy everything like this. No, let's just copy this section. This is basically what we need. And then inside of our home component, right, inside of our page component, which is the index of our dynamic update profile page, we paste everything there. So guys, so basically this page is going to be the entry point, right? And this is basically going to be the component, right? So the entry point is the index, and then over here we serve that component. We needed this to be a server component so we could fetch our data and get that performance benefit of a server component, right? So let me go over to this page and let's extract our data fetching. So now we don't need a use effect anymore because we are fetching data. We don't need, sorry, up here, we don't need use effect anymore. We just get this URL with our title. We're already implementing our title, right? Yeah, we're already implementing our title with our metadata API. So we don't need use effect to do it for us anymore. So we just copy this, and then going back to the page component, I can now do my data fetching. I convert this into an asynchronous function, and then inside of my asynchronous function, I can now fetch my data. Guys, this is awesome. You couldn't do this in Next.js 12. You couldn't do this. Sorry. We need to go back so I can copy this again. And then I come over here and then I paste, right? So I can now fetch my data, right? Please, guys, use fetch. I've told you guys why. I've explained so much. Use the fetch API, right? If you are using Next.js, please use fetch API, except when you've gotten so convinced, you've proved it, you return on the process. If you've proved it that a third party library that fetches data performs equally fast, fine. But until you prove it, guys, please use fetch. Use fetch because Next.js 13 is built around the fetch API. The caching, the power is optimized around the fetch API. So if you go using a third-party library for data fetching, you are going to be on your own a lot. Let's fetch our data. Let's say const res is equal to fetch, right? And then we fetch our data. We just fetch directly. We don't need to do that. Like I said, we need to await. Let's not make the mistake again. We need to await. And then equally, we can say const, we can call it data is equals to await again rest.json, right? So we have successfully fetched our data. So let's convert this to a component, right? So now I guess we can now remove this use effect completely, right? No, we're not removing the use effect yet. Okay, guys, so We have basically made some good progress, right? So we're fetched our data. At the moment, we have our data is ready, right? Our data is ready, but then we now want to, there's something that our use effect does. After our use effect fetches the data, right? Our use effect passes, our use effect updates the state of our form. Initially, the state of our form is empty, right? But then when data gets loaded, it now updates the state of our form with it updates the state of our form with content from the data it fetched, right, guys? So this is what use effect does. But then guys, you might want to think it in a way that we don't need to do this. We don't need to set our data empty initially. That was what I did in the demo. I didn't set my data to empty in the initial. I just went ahead and updated my data with what was fetched from the server. It's possible to do that, but I don't know if it's really dangerous in this case because our data is being fetched from the server. So by the time our page is loading, I suppose our data is always going to be ready. So basically, I don't think it should be a reason to fear here, but I love being on the safe side when building software. So I recommend you be on the safe side as well. So basically, your state will remain like this, your state will remain like this, and when your data is fetched, is now going to be served and updated. We are going to do some further extractions from here. We're going to copy all of this out, right? You just come over here and you paste, right? So we don't need all of this. These are dummy stuffs. We don't need all of this. So we can now successfully remove our complete use effect, right? Sorry, this method that gets our profile. Yeah, we can remove our complete use effect now, right? So we don't need the use effect anymore, right? Yeah, we don't need the use effect anymore inside of this component. It's basically going to be use state, right? It's going to be use state that we're going to be needing. We're not going to be needing the use effect anymore. So I wish we didn't need use state. We could have further made some we could have further made some modularization, so we could push the client components deeper. Let's see, probably we might be able to do more of that. But right now, we need only use state, and then we need Axios as well because we are still going to be updating the profile. But then let's make progress. So what is basically going to happen now? This is our initial value, right? This is our initial value for the form content, which is developer profile data. And then the moment we fetch our data, don't worry, we're going to receive data as props, right? The moment we receive our data as props, okay, I think we should take this already as a component. Let's make this a component already, right? Yeah, I think we should do that already. So let's make it a component already. We call it update profile, update, let's just call it update profile. Let's call it update profile form wrapper. Yeah, let's call it form wrapper. Update profile form wrapper. .jsx, right? So this is the component, right? So update profile form wrapper, we're now going to basically move it into our update profile page as well. So it's basically going to be a component, right? So it's now going to be a component. That's taking time. Right, good. So it's basically now a component. This is the entry point of our update profile page, and then this is basically a component, right? So the moment we come here, we have data. Let's now bring in that component, right? Update profile form wrapper. Okay, it's here already. So we now have the component. We can now pass props to it, right? We can pass data as prop. Data is equal to, let's just say data is equal to data. Sorry, guys. So data is equals to data. We have now passed the prop to it, right? So, okay, good. We can save. Then we can now destructure the prop from this child component, right? We can now, have we passed the child component? Yeah, we've passed the child. So now we can destructure the prop from this child component. We can destructure data, right? So this is data here. We now have data. We now want to pass data into this, right? So we're not getting profile data anymore. We basically I'm coming initially we use Axios in the use effect, we use Axios, so that was why we were getting data first. But now we don't need data again because we are using fetch. So data.profile gives us what we want directly, right? So data.profile gives us our data directly. Okay, I think that should give us our data directly. Yes, so good. Data.profile gives us our data directly. Then we can now set our profile, which was initially just empty strings. we can now set them to these guys that will be structured out of data.profile. If you want to see, you can log data. You can just come over here and log data into your console. You're going to see data, but then we want to destructure all of these things from data.profile. Okay, guys, let me show you guys. I love showing you guys everything, right? Not everything though. If I want to show you guys everything, it's going to be so hard on me. But then let's show you guys as much as possible. We are logging it into a client component, so it should show in our browser. But if we log it inside of here, it's only going to show in our console because we want to see clearly. Let's log it into our browser so we can log data here. So we have successfully logged data. Let me save. Let's go back to the moment we go to our update file page now. We should see data. If let me show you guys something I didn't show you guys very well. Basically, let's study what's happening currently. So we are getting use state. Sorry, we got use state, and we are basically handling all of the state and whatever. We don't need use effect again inside of this page because we are basically doing our data fetching inside of a server component, which makes our data fetching to be super fast, right? So we basically don't need Axios here, right? We need Axios inside of this page because we are not going to be updating the profile from here. We're going to be updating it from here. So we come over here, we paste Axios. So the update profile function is down here. So it's undo update profile, right? So basically, we fetch our data inside of here. And what's the data? The data is basically profile ID, right? But we don't know profile ID yet. So this is what I didn't show you guys. This is the API. We are getting the profile for this ID. We are getting the profile for this ID. So how do we now know the ID? The ID is what shows up inside of the browser. So when you go to the update profile page, this is the ID. It is attached to the link, right? It is attached to the link. It was attached to the link inside of the home page. So let's go to the home page, the profile card component, right? So you have the ID of the user. You have the ID of the user, and the moment inside the profile card, you certainly have the user data now, the landing page, right? So you have the user data and you have access to the ID. So the link that goes to the profile page attached the ID already. So you are going to slash update profile slash ID from the profile card, right? From this profile card, the moment you click, the ID is here. So you are looking for a link, a route that has the ID attached to it. So we attach the ID from the home page where we clicked, and then inside of the update profile page, we are now able to destructure the ID, right? We are able to destructure the ID, and when we destructure the ID, we are now able to serve the ID with the structure into this place, and then we're able to perform the fetch. Let me show you guys how to get the ID. You just come over into the component that is a dynamic page, and then you are able to destructure params from here. So the moment you just destructure params, you automatically have access to that. You automatically have access to the ID. Params is an object, right? It is an object which contains the ID. Let's go step by step, guys. I want us to go step by step. Okay, don't worry, guys, don't worry. Param is an object. I'm going to show you guys. Param is an object containing the ID, so we can destructure ID from params. What it's not, you don't call it ID, you call it whatever you named this page, right? So we named it update profile page ID. So that is what you're going to destructure from params. So let's destructure it. Let's do it the simple way so you guys can understand. Don't worry, let me show you guys the two ways to do it. You destructure update profile page ID, update profile page ID, right? You destructure it from params. If this line is the same as doing it this way, you go with ID is equals to params dot update profile page ID, right? So this is basically the same thing we are doing here. You destructure it directly, and in this, don't worry, let me make it perfectly the same now, right? So it is now perfectly the same, right? These two lines are the same, doing the same thing. So you are basically, this is because we have already declared it, right? So we are declaring it twice. Let me comment one. So basically, this ID is what we are now going to use. Okay, inside of the link, it is called profile ID. So let's go and call it what it is called inside of the link, right? Profile ID. But then it is now, let's call this one as well, profile ID. So basically, we are doing the same thing in these two instances. I'm getting update profile ID from params and I'm attaching it more like casting more like casting it to this profile ID. But then in this place, I'm just doing it humbly in the beginner style, right? So profile ID is equals to params the update. So it's basically the same thing, both works, right? So let's go over here, and then we basically have access to our profile ID already. So you basically destructure, you basically get params, right? Params is an object, you destructure it, and then you're able to further destructure your ID from params. Don't worry, let's log params as well into our console. I'm doing it on the server. I don't want it to be on the server. I want it to be on the client. So we are going to pass profile ID as well. Oh gosh, all right, don't worry, let's do it on the server. Let's do it on the server. I want you guys to see everything I'm doing. So we are currently logging data from, I think we are currently logging data from the home page, right? I think so. Let's go and turn that off. Okay, good. We are currently logging data in the home page. So now let's go back to the update profile page so I can show you guys everything I want to show you guys. First of all, we are logging that data on the update profile page, right? The data we are getting from the server fetch in the update profile page, we're logging it here, so we're not going to see it in the server. I don't know, but I don't think so. So I basically want to show you guys what the params look like, right? So we're basically logging our params into the server, sorry, into the server console. So when we save, you guys should see params show up. Is it going to show up? I don't know if it's going to show up because it's not the page we are currently on, right? Okay, it's not showing up. Probably because it's not the page we are currently on. But don't worry, when we are done with everything, I'm going to show you guys what the params look like and what the data we are fetching looks like. So guys, with that, I guess we are basically done with our update profile page. So I think you should be able to go check it out very soon and see that it's working very fine. So this is the loading page, and then our update profile page. We have the page itself, the root, the index, where we are fetching our data, right? We are able to destructure params, right? I showed you guys how this happens. Sorry, let's go to the profile card. Yeah, so the moment you click on that page, right, this page on the home page, the moment you click this, the ID is here. So we attach the ID to whichever lead to the update profile page. We attach the ID. That's why when you come to the update profile page, you get to see the ID at the end. And then because we have the ID here, we are able to destructure this ID inside of the update profile page, right? So you go to the update profile page, you go to the index, right? So you get params, right? You get params, you destructure and get params. So when you get your params, you're now able to as well get your ID from it, whether through the structuring or through this other method I showed you guys. So basically, we have, I think we've completed our build, and now I guess we're ready to test the update profile page. Going back to the update profile page, basically what we did is the moment the update profile page loads in the browser, we fetch our data, right? So we fetch our data in the server component, so our data fetching can be super fast. Then we pass the data we fetch as prop, right? We pass it as prop. We receive inside of this component, which contains the effect, right? Use states, the event effect, and all of those things. So at first, our form content is empty, but I believe you are barely going to notice this, right? Okay, then at first it's empty, and then we now update it with our data, right? We update it with our data, and then our data shows up inside of the form. So basically this is the same thing as going like this. So you see, we have data, so we're able to destructure data. Remember, we pass data as prop to this component, and then going to this pages folder. So you update profile page wrapper. Gosh, thank God I noticed this. Thank God I noticed this. This is supposed to be, this is the name we gave it, right? And then the component is actually different. So we named the component different, and then the name we gave it is different. So let's go and export the correct thing as well, right? Let me close the terminal for now. Let's go and export the correct thing as well, right? Oh gosh, I missed it. Sorry guys. So thank God I saw this, right? Thank God I saw this. So I think, okay, I don't think we would have had a problem. Probably the import was correct. Maybe the import was correct. Gosh, what did I copy? Oh, sorry guys. I'm supposed to copy updates profile page wrapper, right? So you simply paste here, and then after pasting here, I think we are good. let me go back and don't worry, I'll come to address this error. Let me go over here. What did we import? We imported oh gosh, we imported from trash, right? So we don't want it from trash. We imported the one inside of trash. Thank God I really noticed this. We just want a simple import. It's just over, it's just close by here, right? So update profile page wrapper, right? We are updating it from the neighbor close by. So we save. Now coming back to this form, this is the error I want to fix. I was trying to explain the fact that we got our data as prop, so we destructured and we're able to obtain our data. Then we're now able to get all of this from data.profile, right? So I was trying to explain the fact that this is the same thing as doing this, is the same thing as going this way, is same as this. Equally, this as well is the same as this, right? Is the same as this. Sorry, email this time, not full name, is the same as this, right? So this is basically the same thing we are doing by saying full name, email is this, this is this. We are basically doing the same thing, but then ES6 permits us if the name and the if the property and the value is the same, right? We can just basically leave it as one. So I basically used an ES6 shortcut here. So right, that's why we had phone. It's supposed to be full name colon full name, email colon email, website colon website, and then but basically ES6 permits us to just leave it like this. So that was why I did it like this. And then we have the update profile function, which is basically to get our profile updated. We are using Axios for that, right? So if you want to see how I did all of these things step by step, basically you go check out the previous build, the React context API build. So much value in those builds, guys. So much value. So right now, I guess we're ready to explore our update profile page. Then we go finish up our build with the add profile page. So let's go over to our page and then let's hit this. Let's see if it works. Oh, all right. So we get our 404 page, meaning there is something wrong with our code. It couldn't find this page. So let's go back to our code and what are we missing? All right, guys. So I've been able to detect the cause of our error, right? Like I told you guys, I can't really remember, but I think I emphasized this earlier. This reserved keywords, right? Page names, page layout, loading, not found, error. Those are some reserved pages in Next.js 18. So our page is not being found because I named these pages instead of page. I named it pages instead of page. So that is the cause of our error, right? So our update profile page should work just well. So I've now updated it to page and now our app should work just fine. So let's see this page reloads now. Let's go back to the home first, right? Let's go back home and then we return to uh it's giving us an error. All right, let's go back home. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. Let's go back to the home page so we can come from there. Right? Blazingly fast data fetching. Oh, we have an error. It says can't resolve update profile page wrapper. Okay. All right. So we are currently having inside of the update profile page. It says it can't find this component. Oh gosh. Oh, sorry. So oh gosh, I named this with a lowercase. Right. It seems I'm getting tired, guys. Probably I need a break. All right, don't worry. I guess we'll soon be done. So let me name it properly. So I guess it should work just fine now. Let's go back to the page and let's hope it loads up fine now. Let me refresh. All right, it's still getting an error. Update profile page wrapper from this. All right, let's go check it out. Probably the component was named as the page. We have update profile from this. Oh gosh, we named it update profile form wrapper, not update profile page wrapper. So let's go correct it. So we are looking for update profile form, not page, right? It's not supposed to be page, update profile form wrapper, right? So that's the component we are looking for. Let me see. So let's go back to page. We're having an error inside of page. It's saying, okay, we still have page here, right? So we need form, not page. So let's save. I've saved. I think our app should work just fine this time. So if our update profile page works just fine, our add profile page is basically a is don't worry, I'm going to see how we're going to make the server component page as well. But then let's proceed. Let's see if our update profile page works well this time. It still can't find this. All right, I guess it's going to work well this time. Let's wait and see. Uh-oh. Update profile form wrapper from update profile form wrapper. Gosh, guys, I think I need a break, right? Update profile page ID, update profile form wrapper. Okay, let's rename it. I guess I named it twice. Rename. So it's the GSX or GSX. Oh gosh. Right. So this is the bug. So let's save and see what happens now. Right. So let's go and see what we have currently loading. Don't worry. I think we should stop and have a refresh. All right. Let's wait and see what happens. We're loading. Right. I think our app should come in now. Let me just refresh this. So I think it should work just fine. All right. It seems we are getting, yeah, it seems we are getting some use effect kind of errors. Oh, I see, I see, I see, I see. I think it's because of what I did, right? I guess it's because of what I did. Our uh I'm coming, let me go to our update profile page. Inside of this component. I guess it was because of what I did. Like I told you guys, initially in the demo build, I didn't do what I did down here. I didn't do what I did down here. I basically just came ahead and I set it directly. But in this case, I think something wrong is happening that is causing a re-rendering. So let's comment this out, right? And let's basically go and add our data directly into the form, right? So let's pass this. Uh, okay, let's do the same thing. Don't worry, let me make it clear for you guys to understand. So let's comment this, right? I can say profile data, sorry, data.profile, the data.profile.full name, and then over here we equally do data.profile.email. Over here we do data.profile.website. You guys can see that repetition is frustrating, right? Data.profile.website, and then over here we do data.profile, right? Dot about. Okay, guys. So this is basically what I did in the demo, and it worked just fine. So I guess the extra rendering is as a result of what I did. So the form is first of all empty, and then I now update it to this, and then I don't know. Let's check. Let's check. I guess this is the reason why. Let's check our console first of all. I hope there are no errors in our console. All right, let's save again. Let's see what our page gives us this time. Right, so let's stop this reload and trigger our reload ourselves. Let's go back home first of all. Let's go back to the landing page. All right, I think our page works well now. So let's we are back. I mean, you guys can see the time is taking for the data fetch to come. Right, it just came in. I mean, that's a terrible experience, right? All right, then I think it's working just fine. So basically, this was the problem. There was some kind of excess re-rendering that was really causing the app to have issues, right? So basically, if you go to the console now, you'll be able to see this data that we fetched inside of our page, and then this data that we fetched here, right? That's the profile, and then we passed it as prop to the update profile form wrapper, and then we received it as prop inside of the update profile form wrapper, and then we logged it into our console. So that is the data over here, right? So it contains the profile and then it contains response message. So that is why we were now able to get data.profile.full name. Let's go to it contains response message and it contains profile. So it is profile that now contains full name, email, and those other stuffs, right? So that is why we were able to get data dot profile the full name, data dot profile the email, right? So if we had the structured and left it, don't worry, let me not go that route talking anymore. And then going back to our page, we also logged our params, right? So this is what the params look like. This is what the params look like. The params is an object, right? And then it contains the ID. But then what do you now call the ID? Whatever you call this dynamic page, we call it update profile page ID. You can see it here, update profile page ID. So whatever you call this dynamic page is going to be what your params is going to take as the name, right? So that is why we were able to get the params object out. And then here we logged it as an object with property of page and value of ID of the ID number. And then we're able to get that ID number, right? Calling it profile ID out of our params. And then coming over here, we passed the profile ID and we made a request to the API using the link given to us. And then we're able to get that single profile. And then coming over to this page, we passed that data after getting the fetch. After getting data from the fetch, then we populated our form with it, right? So basically in React, it didn't work this way. In React, we first of all needed to perform a use effect, get the data, then we set it. But because this, I don't know, but I believe it's because this is server side fetching. By the time the data is coming to the app, by the time data is coming to the client, it has already been fetched. So there was no point for us doing it like use effect, where we need to fetch our data through use effect first and then update it. So by the time it came, we just updated it directly. So this was how I did it in the demo build, but I wanted to do something different to kind of play safer, but then it turned out to not be safer because I guess that was what was causing those extra re-renders. So you guys can see what the params look like, right? So this is the params, and then you're able to get this out of it, and then you're now able to pass it and make your API request. So guys, with this update profile page is absolutely completed. Let's test the function. Let's see if it works. So Martha Baxter, she happened to have, let's go back to this page. Let's go back here. Martha Baxter happened to have an extra updated at the end of our profile. So let's update it and let's remove it, right? So let's remove this from our profile and keep it clean, and let's see if it works. So we have a pop-up and then we have an error, right? We have an error. It says, good, profile ID is not defined. Good. We need to pass profile ID as params, sorry, as props, right? So we were able to use profile ID here to fetch our data, but then we need profile ID inside of this component as well. It's not a page. Forgive me, guys, if I've been calling it a page. So basically, we need that ID as well, so we can be able to update. So yeah, so we can be able to update the profile. Initially, we fetched, right, and then now inside of the update profile function, we need that ID so we can be able to update the profile. So we can be able to pass it to the update profile link coming from our API, right? And then so we can be able to update the profile. So we need to pass our profile ID as props as well. So we can be able to receive profile ID over here as props. Then let's go pass it now. Let's go pass it as prop to the component, right? Let's pass it as prop as well. So profile ID is equals to profile ID, right? So we can now pass it. We can now pass it as prop. I've done it. So I guess now our update profile should work just fine. Let's reload our page. Right, good. So as you guys can see, the update profile comes with it comes with this, right? It comes with this. Martha Baxter's profile has this updated attached to it, but then I want to remove the updated, so we can just make the updates to keep the profile clean. Okay, so let's hit. Right, it seems to still get the error. Profile ID is still not defined. Why? Profile ID is equals to profile ID. Let's go back here. I guess we need to refresh the page already. Profile ID. Let me see. I didn't save it. I didn't save it, guys. I didn't save the change I made. That's why. So I've saved now. I've saved now. Let's go back. I guess let's go start from the home page, right? Let's go start from the home page. So it's loading. Right, good. So let's still update. No, let's update someone else's profile. Let's update Sandra Kimball, right? So we hit, and then let's go update Sandra Kimball's profile. Okay, So my profile is being updated, right? So now let's hit save and let's see what happens. Right, no errors, successfully updated. Okay, we have an error. Navigate is not defined. So good. Let's go and complete this. We are not using navigate anymore. Inside of the function, we copied it from React. So basically, React will navigate back to the home page. But then in Next.js is not navigate. We can call it navigate if we wish, right? But then we basically import use router from Next.js. So we import use router. We import use router from next slash navigation, right? From next slash navigation, use router from next slash navigation. Then over here we can now configure our use router. We can call it a router, right? Is equals to use router. Let's initialize our use router. So then over here we come and say router dot push, right? That's how it works inside of Next.js router the push. So now we're going to be navigated back to the home page once our request is successful. So let's go back and start over. All right, don't worry, it's actually the I'm coming. Come on, what's happening, guys? Import user router from next slash navigation. Oh gosh, I called it user router instead of user router. So let's see what happens now. Let's go back to the home page. It seems the update didn't work. Right, it worked. So let's go back and try out and edit. All right, it seems we are having a caching. I don't like this. It seems we're having a data caching. So let's go back and all right, probably we should uh this is the power of Next.js. We're having a caching. I guess we should reload the landing page first and let's see what happens. So Next.js 13 catch is so powerful, guys. It's just so powerful. So let's see. It's still fetching catch data for us. Right? This is strange actually. I think the oh gosh, we're still getting catch data. All right, this is funny, guys. All right, so basically, let's go and let's force it to be let's cancel catching, right? So inside of the home page, we used inside of the home page we used force dynamic, right? We used no catch, right? We used no store. So in this case, let's use force dynamic. Let's basically just go into the home page and then we export that statement. Let's uncomment this so we don't get any catching whenever we come here, right? I just hope I won't have to reload the page first. So let me reload everything. So guys, Next.js 13 is fun. Next.js 13 is interesting, right? Right, guys. So when I hit this, let me see what happens. Right, it works. Let's go see what Sandra Kimball gives us now. Right, so I've turned off catching and I guess it's working fine. So let me say my profile is being updated. Let me add another time to test for catching, to test for catching, right? Let me send. All right, it worked. Now let's see if it's still going to show a catched value. All right, so it's working fine now. So in case there is catching, I've already ensured that there is no catching any longer. So whether it catches or it doesn't catches, I've cancelled catching. So guys, our update profile functionality, I guess, is working just fine at the moment. So we can clean up this console. We don't need this, right? We can equally clean up the console going into the browser. Where is it? We don't need this equally, right? So I wonder where this other console is coming from. I guess it's coming from the landing page. Let's check out the landing page. I guess we removed its log the other time. So we don't have any, so I don't think there should be any data logging into our console any longer. So let's go back to our home page. our home page is done, our update profile page is equally done. The next thing we want to do to finish up this project is to finish up with our add profile page. So right now, let's finish up with our add profile page. So inside of our add profile page, right, we're done with update profile. Inside of our add profile page, the we basically want to do the same thing. We want to have a server component, and then yeah, we already have loading, right? Update profile loading, good. So inside of we want to have a server component first, and then we render the remaining. So let's go and check out what we have inside of the React.js build for our add profile page. We're going to source. The add profile page is not a dynamic page, so it should be quick, and then we'll get done very soon. So this is what we have inside of the add profile page, right? So Control A, Control C. I'm copying out everything, so I can just go over here, and inside of this page, I can now paste everything as well. So we now have our add profile page. The same way we want to perform, uh, we basically want to push client components as deep as possible, right? We want to push our client components as deep as possible. That should be your mindset when building app to Next.js 13. You want to push your client components deep as deep down the component tree as possible. So the same thing, we don't need navigate to remove this. We can remove this, right? We then want to import router, right? We want want to use router is here next. We need to use router from next slash navigation, right? Slash navigation. Okay, guys. So we want to use router from next slash navigation. All right. So we want to go and we don't want title. We're going to do that inside of our server component here, inside of this components. But then we're not doing that for now. So over here as well, we say router the push, right? Router the push. We go to the home page. We haven't configured our router yet. Let me go up there and let's configure our router, right? So router is equals to use router, right? So I guess we're done configuring our router, so our routing should work just fine. Uh, so now we basically have one function that just adds the profile, and then we have some stuff, right? So we have a model as well, the pop-up, right? We have the pop-ups as well, and then we have this, right? And yeah, we have the form section as well. So basically, we're going to extract everything here that needs the header does not need any uh the header does not need any stave or whatever, but then we can extract everything into one component, right? Because this is going to need this, so we are going to get it from the context. It's going to need this as well. We need use context, so it's going to be a client component. Then this as well is the form. It has event. It has, I think, two events, yeah. And then what else? Two events, and it has some use state stuff inside of it, right? So basically, these two are going to be client components. So we can basically extract them and do the data fetching inside of them. But then let's just cut them out into one component along with everything here, right? So that we don't need to just call two components, we just bundle everything here into one component. So we cut it, and then we call it add profile page. What do we call it? Let's just say add profile page child, add profile page child. I think it makes more sense like this, right? The JSX. Don't mind my naming conventions. I'm just trying to hasten things up so we get done, guys. Ensure you name your components properly. This should be an uppercase A, right? So add profile page child the JSX, right? So I save this, then our page.jsx is where we basically want to extract. Gosh, I've already extracted. I want to return. Let's do the extraction again, right? So this again, and then this again, right? So I cut all of this out, right? I cut them out, and then inside add profile page child, I go with my boilerplate quickly, and then I just paste everything inside of here. We need fragments. There are different components. We need fragments, right? We need fragments, and then this closing, then we can paste everything inside of here. So I paste like this, and I guess everything should work just fine. So we're now going to go over, let me save. We go back to this page.jsx file. We now import that. So we say add profile page child. Yeah, it's just close by here. We import it and then yeah. So we import it. I guess we should have the import up there. Good. So all of this, we don't need them here, do we? We don't need this function as well. So we cut this function, right? We go over there, we paste the function, right? We don't need all of those states as well. We don't need all of this router and all of these things, right? We cut. It's not a dynamic page, so we are not doing any data fetching, right? So we can paste all of those other stuffs. I just pray we don't get any errors, right? So we can paste all of the stuffs here. Um, what else, right? Use router, good. Let's come over here and let's pack all of this. We need them over there. We don't need them here anymore. Just basically should I say I'm high on the Next.js philosophy, right? So you just keep extracting components, striving, doing your best to get server components so you can squeeze all the value out of your server components. So I guess we are done with this page as well, right? So it seems we're not using use effect here, are we? Good, good, good. Oh, good, good. We needed to do that. I just remembered. We needed to do that. We needed to perform the extraction because we needed to set our title. Thank God I did it. So let's go back to our update of our page. Let's copy that. No, not the loading the page. So let's copy this metadata API code. Let's copy this out, right? So there's no need to add this because there's no data fetching. So we just go over there and then we just paste this and then we update, right? This will not work in a client component. So over here, let's update this before we go test and make sure update profile page is working. So inside of the update profile page child, let's see. I hope everything is working well. So we can then go and perform a test to make sure our app works fine. Good. I think we can go and test now. Let's go over. Right? So our landing page is loading. We're getting an error that needs use state. You can see it only works in a client component. So we haven't declared this as a client component. So our add profile is a server component. Great. Loading, we don't have any issue with loading, right? But then our add profile child, our add profile page child is not a is not a server component, but then we are using uh, it's not a server component, but we didn't mark it as a client component. So Next.js is complaining that this looks like a server component, but you are using all of this stuff that is meant for client components inside of it. So now that we have fixed this, the error should be gone. Let's wait for the reload. Right, let's refresh. Let's refresh. All right, guys, so let's refresh. I guess our app should work well. So while our app is loading, I want to load Vercel so I can it can be loading for us to go deploy our application, right? So, like I told you guys, the repo is up there. The repo is on GitHub already. And when I'm done, I'm going to push right in front of you guys and I'm going to go deploy the website to Vercel. We are going to have a live link for this project as well that we just built, guys. So this is going to be awesome, right? So let's check out the add profile page. Let's see what happens. Add profile loading. Good. Our add profile page works. So let's try to add a profile. Let's say new profile being added. Let's just say new profile and then let's give it any email and then let's just give it some dummy text and let's see what happens. It gets created. We got navigated. It worked. It worked. New profile worked. Gosh, our app is working. Let's do it one more time, right? So let's just do some dummy stuff, right? It worked again, and then let's add it again. So our add profile works perfectly just again. So let's update, right? So let's update, let's say updated, right? All right, so updating works as well. You can see updated is added here. Let's delete. Oh gosh, everything works well. Let's delete again. All right, guys, everything works fine. So our app is complete and is working. All right, guys. So our app seems to be unable to find our fav icon. I don't know why that's happening, but our fav icon is there. Internal server error, fav icon.ico. Let's go and make sure our fav icon is there. Let me see. Fav icon.ico. Let's check out the trash. What is, sorry, public? We have, okay, I'm coming. Let me delete this entirely so we don't have any conflict, right? So we delete this, we don't have any conflict. I wonder why we're getting that error. Let's hope it doesn't show up once we deploy to production. If it shows up, then we'll have to come and fix it. So let's go back and then let's refresh and let's see if same thing happens. All right, our data is loading. All right, guys, I guess I'm still on slow 3G. I've showed you guys the network differences. I've showed you guys the speed differences. I'm still on slow 3G. Let me, you can see, come on, guys, come on, see the time difference. It's just now that client data is coming. So imagine this is your user on such a weak network and the user is getting such delays, right? It's going to be frustrating. So coming, okay, I'm back on fast 3G. I mean, can you imagine that? It seems I'm back on fast 3G and see how slow it still was, right? Probably because we are still in dev mode, right? So let's go back to our console. Okay, it's not showing that favicon stuff again. Let's hope it doesn't show it again, right? So what next? What next, guys? We're done with building our homepage. We're done with building the about page. We're done with building the update profile page. I've showed you guys a lot of stuffs about Next.js 13, right? This is just an awesome tutorial, guys. I've got so much coming. And then, like I showed you guys earlier, check out this Next.js 13 series. Please check out this series. I'm going to give you guys so much value in terms of Next.js in this series. I'm already doing so, right? I'm already doing so, but then by the time you'll be watching this video, probably there'll be more videos. Probably by the time you'll be watching this video, I'll be done with the whole series already. So check out this series. You got so much value in this video. I bet you get even so much more value from this Next.js 13 series. So guys, let's go back to our demo. We have successfully built our app. Everything seems to be working fine. So right now we're done with building. We want to push to GitHub, right? So we've basically built our app. We want to push to GitHub. So I want to zoom out so I can give you guys, so you guys can see me do the pushing clearly. Uh, the big zoom isn't going to be enough for me to have view so I can push to GitHub. So we've done a lot, guys. We've done a lot. Let me drag this down. Let me equally drag this down. Let's close this up. Let's close this up as well, right? So we can see so much changes. If you want to see if you want to see this in file mode, sorry, in directory mode, you can click this option here. It's going to change to directories, so you get to see the changes in terms of their directories, right? You can switch back and get to see it in file mode, but then what this folder mode helps you to do is that it helps you to uh, commit folders directly, right? So we can basically commit this folder, right? Let's clean this. So you can make your commit in the command line, or you can use this option. So let's say chore, we did a lot. Let's call it chore completed, right, guys? Completed build for the Next.js context API version. Let's call it client, not version. Context API client, right? Completed build for the Next.js context API client. So we're done with this. I think we can push, right? We already committed, we already staged, we staged it, we staged the whole Next.js 13 folder. Now we want to commit the folder, unsaved. Oh, okay. Oh gosh, this was the stuff we added to our trash folder, right? Don't worry, I can save it. This is the stuff we added to our trash folder. So let's go back now to our source control area. And then let's see. Okay, so now I've staged it. I've staged the whole folder. So let's commit. So that folder has been committed. All right, guys. So thank you so much. Thank you guys so much for sticking around up to this time. So right now I want to deploy the project to Vercel. I'll show you guys how to deploy the project to Vercel. So create a Vercel account, vercel.com, create an account, then you come to your dashboard, then you hit add new, and then you hit project, right? So after you hit project, the next thing you do is you select the repository, right? It's showing you the repository. This is the one, right? You click import, and then you select the folder that your project is in. So it automatically detects the folders inside of your repository, and you can see the folders. So this is where our project is in, and then we click this, right? So that's all we need to do for this project. If you have if you have environmental variables, you go ahead and add here, but we don't have any, so we just click deploy, and then we wait for our app to get deployed, right? So I think this should take less than 3 minutes. Our app will get deployed. Let's wait for it. All right, guys, our projects have been successfully deployed to Vercel without errors. You guys can see, right? So this is our project. Now let's go to our dashboard. Let's see if we can get a live link so we can go check out our app, right? So great. Here we are at the dashboard, and we already have a live link, developer profile project live.vercel.app. This is the link we have. Let's check it out. Let's click on it. Right. This is our app. You see the same thing. Let's reload, and you will get to see our server data first, and then you see our client data gets loaded in. Let's reload. Server data first, and then client data comes in. Okay, so let's go to the add profile page. Let's add a profile. Let's say Samuel this, let's say this, let's say this, let's say then let's just dummy stuff, guys. Good, good, we got redirected over here. Let's create another one. Let's just create another one, some dummy stuff, right? We click, good, it worked, right? And you guys can see, you guys can see our five icon came along. Our five icon came along, so our five icon, it works just fine. Then now, what's the next thing? We want to update first, right? So want to update. Okay, so let's just add updated here, right, guys? Let's just add updated here. Good, it got updated. Let's update another one, right? No, let's update the names we want to delete, right? So let's update this. So come on, guys, come on, see how fast that is. That's very fast, right? So successfully updated. Good. You see, updating works. Let's delete. Overlay works just well. Let's delete. Right? Our app is smooth, guys. Our app is cool. We made successful progress, right, guys? All right, guys. So it's actually very beautiful that we've been able to deploy our app, and as a result of that, I guess you're excited, right? But I want to show you guys some other stuff that will really enhance your knowledge of the app router. All right. So basically, I want to show you guys one problem our app is currently having. So if I refresh, right? Good. I really want to refresh, and then I want to show you guys that this loading file, each of this add profile pages is supposed to have its own loading customized for it. Update profile is supposed to have its own loading, right? Yeah, see it here. Add profile route has its own. Update profile also has its own customized. You see, this one says loading profile to be updated, and then this one says loading add profile page, right? So you might want to use different skeletals. Definitely, the skeletals are going to be different. For the update profile and the add file, it might be the same, but there might be some differences. So, assuming you want to use a different skeletal for add profile page, you want to also use a different skeletal. By skeletal, I mean skeletal loading, right? So, you want to use a different skeletal for add profile page. Let me zoom in a little more, guys. So let's assume you want to use a different skeletal for this loading page, a different one for this loading page, right? Different skeletals. And then you have a different skeletal for the landing page, which is now interfering with the loading of these guys. Doesn't make sense, right? Imagine your landing page skeletal showing before the skeletal for the page now shows. It doesn't make sense, right? So basically, we have this loading page interfering with the loading pages we have here. And the reason is because our routing needs some improvement. So the improvement we are going to do is we are going to create a different route group, right? That route group is going to be for the home page alone. So that means we are going to create a different layout for this route group, and basically we'll now be able to pack all of these files, right, into the new route group, which is going to be for the home page. So let's do that. Let's create a new route group. We call it home, bring our braces, of course, and then we call it home. So inside of this home route, we will now be able to push all of these guys in there, right? And then create a different route for, sorry, we create a different layout for this route group. So we are going to create a different layout for this route group, right? Because we are moving this layout from here. We want to give it its own layout, right? So that's basically what we are going to do here. Don't worry, you guys are going to see me demonstrate it. But first of all, let me take you guys to a demo so I can show you guys the error that I talked about. So let me click and let me try to update. Let me refresh first of all. Let me try to update. So the moment I hit that I want to update, you see, we get that first loading. You noticed it? Let's go back. Let me try it again. You see, oh, it worked directly this time. But if you then let me refresh again. Let me refresh again. So you're gonna see the first loading comes in and interferes before the real loading for that page that we created shows up. Right? See, you see that's interference, right? So imagine the skeletal for the home page shows first, and then the skeletal for the update profile page now shows, right? That is going to be a glitch and it's not going to be the very best, right? Okay, so now you guys are going to see what will happen. The moment I move, the moment I move, the moment I move this layout from here, Next.js is automatically going to create a new layout for me. Let's go. Let me show you guys. So I want to get this out of here. I want this as well, and I want this. So I'm going to cut this tree, Control X, and then I paste them in here. So the moment I paste them, Next.js is going to automatically create a new layout for me on this route, right? Let me close this terminal. Let me see. Right, I think I can close this. Let me close this, right? So you guys can see you see, it says your page app slash non-numeral slash add profile slash page.jsx did not have a root layout. We created app slash non-numeral, yeah, app slash non-numeral slash layout for you. So basically, the fact that I removed the global layout, Next.js automatically created a layout for me because it needed to have one. So let's rename this, right? Let's rename this to JSX, right? So I've renamed it to JSX. We don't want JS, and it came in. Okay, see it. It's basically a JSX file, but then we want it to look like the initial layout. So let's update it. Let's go over here, right? No, sorry, I want the layout file, right? So let's basically copy this, and we come over here, and then we just oh gosh, my bad, guys. Sorry, let me go copy again, and then I come over here, right? So but okay, I've done the pasting. Let's go slowly now. I want to remove this because we don't need the home context here, right? Initially we needed the home context because we were using one single layout for the whole app, but now we have multiple layouts for each route group, right? So but basically everything else, I guess, should remain the same. Utils, I think our import got updated, right? It looks okay. Context looks okay, right? But styles doesn't look okay, so let's update styles. Okay, so basically the new layout file looks updated and everything looks good, right? Home context provider, we don't need it, right? We're not using it, so we can remove it. So I guess I can now save this file. Then let's go into this loading. Okay, basically we're not importing anything. This layout, right? Yeah, this is the initial layout. We need to update for the styles as well. We update this, and I think everything else should work just fine, right? So what next? We have basically moved. Okay, now these are the components for the home page. So we can now move these components for the home page into this home folder because it's unique to that route group, right? Then what else can we move? Yeah, we can equally move the context there because the context is unique to that route group, right? Right, so we move there, and then what else do we move? Assets is global. What else is global? Styles is global. Utils is also global, right? Then favicon is global. Not found. Let me see what's happening. All right, our app seems to be compiling successfully. Let's go and test everything. Let's basically check our demo, build demo. Is it working? Let's refresh and see. You see everything seems to be working. We have that loading page which is now unique to the landing page, right? We have that loading page, which is now unique to the landing page. And then I believe the loading pages to those other pages will now be unique to them. If let's refresh again. So we have that loading. Now let me try going to an update profile page. You should see that there will be no more interference with the loading page of that was initially on the root, right? So you guys can see there's no more interference because of that new route group that we created and because of what we did, right? Let me hit. You see, there's no more interference. And when you are going back, you're going to load that of the landing page, right? So it seems to be working perfectly just right now. All right. So one other thing, let's check out this page. Okay, it's a static page, so you might basically not see the loading, right? Because it's a static page, it's blazing fast, right? Okay, guys. So we have basically done a lot. All right, we've done a lot in this tutorial. So, but one thing you need to notice is that with this current setup of each of the route groups having their layout, right? With this current setup, one thing I experienced was that this error was showing, right? The not found isn't gonna work because there's no root layout for it. Okay, so one solution to this is that you can just forget about using a custom 404 not found page, right? You can just move this and you can move this to the trash and then just forget about it, right? Let me do that again. So we can just move this to the trash and forget about having a custom 404 page. So we can now fall back to the default Next.js 404 page that it gives us. Okay, so that is one option you might want to take, and you basically have your app with multiple layouts and it works just fine like it was working in our build. I experienced that and I actually don't know. Probably it's a bug with Next.js 13. I don't think it's a bug because it basically said this 404 page needed a layout. But the 404 here, it said it needed a layout. But then if you decide to move the 404 so that each route group can have their own 404, the 404 in my case still refused to work. All right, guys. So if you decide to put 404 individual 404s here, right? I mean the not found. When I say 404, I mean the not found page, right? If you decide to give each of this route group a not found page, it still wasn't working in my case, right? I don't know if that's a bug with Next.js or something. I guess I should be able to customize the not found page just like I can customize the loading and layout for each route. Okay, I guess I should be able to do that, right? But then it wasn't working that way with Next.js 13. Okay, so you basically can just fall back to the default Next.js 404 page, or you can return to the initial layout pattern we had, right? Where we had a single layout on the root, right? Where we had a single layout on the root, right? On the root of our app. You understand the way it was initially, we had a single layout. So you can then do that and remove this multiple layout. Okay, so our app will have a single layout, then the 404 is going to work. In that case, you can have a custom 404 and then you won't have this multi layout again. Okay, so basically that was my experience. I don't know, maybe I actually think I should be able to customize. I should be able to have 404s for the individual route groups, but it just wasn't working. So you either forget about the 404 entirely, right? And then just fall back to the custom Next.js 404. Or if you insist on having a 404, you can forget about having multiple layouts and have a single layout, just like we had it on the root initially. Basically you make this decision based on the conditions of your app. If your app definitely needs multiple layouts, fine, you can fall back to the you can fall back to the Next.js 404, the default one. if your app must have multiple layouts. But then if you can, uh, I think one perfect hack for this, right? To me, the perfect thing to do is just to have only one single layout on the root, right? So that your custom 404 can work. Because I actually like that experience when you have a custom 404 and you have a link that can take the users back to the home page without them having to navigate the hard way by themselves. Okay, so when they have that link, I guess it would be nice to this link, right? I guess it would be nice to retain your users on your platform, because one user might just get frustrated because the page is not found and then might leave your service. But with the custom link to go back home, it will be easier to go back to your website, and then you get the user hooked again, and you get more time, you get users spend more time on your platform, right? So I think it's nice to have a custom 404. But then since custom 404s are not working, in my case they were not working on the individual routes groups, the best hack I think to apply here is to have only one layout. So you can just forget about this layout, and then you move this initial layout that we had here, sorry, to the root. So you move it to the root, the home context will wrap everything as it is wrapping everything here, and then you still leave the context here, right? Because it is unique to this home route. You leave this component here. You basically update your imports, right? And then your app is able to have one single layout for every global shared component, the one that is going to be here now, right? For every global shared component. And then in that case, you can basically use a component. You can always do that, right? You can use a component to create a custom layout, not this Next.js layout now. You can now use a component to create a custom layout for each of the route groups or individual routes that you want, right? So basically, the summary of everything, which I recommend, have one layout on the root, which will be shared to set up any global component, and then you forget about having individual layouts, and basically do your layout with a custom component that can then wrap any shared components for that route group or for that individual route for them, right? So that's just my recommendation based on my experience with Next.js 13. I actually believe it should have been cool the the custom 404 should be able to work on individual route groups, just like the loading is working, and then it's also working here, and it's also working here, and then the layout as well is working for the individual route groups. So that's my recommendation, guys, and I think if you do that, your app should work just fine. Okay, so but if you insist on having multi layout, good, then you can just forget about using a custom 404, which I don't recommend, right? But one thing you must not forget, one thing you must remember is that even though you can remove the layout, you must still have individual loading states for every route, right? Because if you choose to take the loading to the root back like we had initially, there will be that conflict we were having initially, right? So even though you can have the whole app to have only one single layout, you must ensure that the loading state remains for individual route groups and for individual routes, just like we did, right, guys? So basically, with this extra setup that I've done, I've gone the extra mile to show you guys that it's possible to have multiple layouts, it's possible to have multiple loading states, and your app is going to work just fine. So we're going to go back to our build, and we are going to test our app. If everything works fine, then we can go ahead and deploy. So go ahead, test your app, add profiles, delete profiles, update profiles. If everything works fine, then go ahead and push to GitHub, deploy to Vercel, and you're going to be good. All right, guys. All right, guys. So here we are back to the build, but I'm currently having an issue. The Poppins font seems not to be downloading at the moment, right? So Next.js is automatically giving me a fallback font, and that's actually cool. Hopefully, by the time I'll be deploying to Vercel, the font will get downloaded and everything is going to work just fine, right? So please, guys, in case you experience this issue, what I recommend is that you delete the .next folder. So delete the next folder and then try to run your app again. Hopefully by then it's going to get downloaded. But if any font is still not downloaded after you do that, I suggest you just forget about it. Deploy to Vercel. After deploying to hopefully during your deployment to Vercel, it's going to get successfully downloaded at that point and your app is going to work just fine. So let's go back to our demo and give our app a final test, right? So this is the, okay, there was that loading and I guess there was no interference as we expected, right? So let's check the about the ad profile page. This should be blazing fast, so we should hardly see the loading. And then coming back to the landing page, you get the loading for the landing page. So let's try deleting the profile. I added some extra profiles. Let's delete the profile. Let's see if this works, right? This works, and then this equally works. Let's delete another one. This works, right? It equally works, right? So let's update somebody's profile. I hit like this, and there is updating somewhere, right? See the updating here. Let's remove it, right? So I remove it. I now update the profile. So the profile is going to get updated. It works just fine. There's no more updating. Let me add one last profile. Right, so one last profile, just the dummy stuff that I can delete. And then right, then this dummy stuff, and then we go like so. Okay, so the profile is successfully created, and now we are getting navigated back to our home page. So this is great. Our app seems to be working just fine. All right, guys. So as you can see, I made a fresh push to GitHub, and because Vercel has built-in CI/CD, by CI/CD, I simply mean continuous integration, continuous deployment. So because Vercel has built-in CI/CD, after I made this fresh update and the push, everything automatically got redeployed without me having to deploy the app on Vercel fresh. So next time, equally in your case, after this update, the moment you make your push, as long as you've deployed like I did initially, Vercel is going to automatically build everything and set up your app for you. So let's go back to Vercel so I can show you guys. So this is our build and it's showing 3 minutes ago. This is the new commit message that I did, right? This is the new commit message that I made. And then let me go to the live demo so you guys can see the new deployment. It works absolutely fine and beautifully. My Poppins font was downloaded unlike it was in the local build where my Poppins font was not downloaded, right guys? So as you can see, after the second deployment there was automatic updating of my build, and my live build works absolutely fine. My live build works absolutely fine, guys, and this is just awesome, right? Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for everything. Please remember to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, sign up for notifications, and enjoy the best of all that is yet to come. And I assure you, there's so much more yet to come. This project is just a little project. We've got more awesome projects coming that will blow your mind, right, guys? Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for everything. Bye bye, guys. I love you.